Well, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the guests and everyone watching online for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this meaningful event. This forum is designed to bring together the international organizations and domestic experts to form a consensus and seek out concrete ways of collaboration in the face of food crisis threatening the world. Hosted by the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, this event is in line with adding momentum towards the UN's Sustainable Development Goals intended to be achieved by 2030. Back in 2015, the UN adopted a collection of goals designed to be a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and to protect the planet. And a wide range of stakeholders came together in 2021 at the UN's Food Systems Summit to brainstorm to concrete measures for a global food system transformation. So today's forum is all the more meaningful as it comes at a time when a global food system is threatened by conflicts and on top of existing problems including climate change, natural disasters, and the COVID-19 pandemic as well. So we have invited the leaders from international organizations as well as those from Korea's academic and public fields to discuss collaborative measures for food security and nutritional improvements. Today, in-depth discussions will be carried out on the four following topics, including climate change, conflict, carbon neutrality, and infectious disease. We would greatly appreciate it if you can stay with us until the end of this forum and join in on the movement to create a world where we can end poverty and protect the planet and ensure peace and prosperity for everyone. All right, before we officially start the forum, I'd like to remind everyone again that we have simultaneous interpretation services available, so you can use the receivers. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. All right, before we officially start this forum, we're going to watch a short video clip on today's ODA forum. Let's take a look. Alright, this was the short introductory video clip on ODA forum this year. We've been through the whole sessions of this forum, and I hope you enjoy this forum and make them mutually beneficial relationships with each other. Now, I'd like to introduce all of our distinguished guests. When I call their names, please welcome them with a big hand. And first, I will introduce the overseas speakers by the order of today's session. Okay, first we have Abdel Karim Sma, the lead regional economist Asia and the Pacific Division from International Fund for Agricultural Development. Let's welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. And Brian Lander is here with us. He is the Deputy Director, Emergencies Division from the World Food Program. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. And please welcome Tamara Nicodemi. She is the Regional Coordinator from the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Let's give her a big hand. Thank you. And we have Sergi Joria, the lead agricultural economist in Europe and Central Asia region from the World Bank. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you. And please join me in welcoming Aaron Dreyer, the head of partnerships from Global Green Growth Institute. Let's welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. And next we have Male Fofana, the director for Africa and head of programs from Global Green Growth Institute. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. And Yusuke Taishi is with us today. He is the regional specialist of climate change adaptation from United Nations Development Program. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. And next we have Mio Oka. She is the Director of Environment, Natural Resources and Agriculture Division from Asian Development Bank. Let's give her with a big hand. Thank you. And please join me in welcoming Leonardo Leung, the Natural Resources and Agriculture Specialist from Asian Development Bank. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. And next we have Kachen Ongsatta Poronchai, the Regional Manager of Emergency Center for Transboundary Animal Diseases from Food and Agriculture Organization. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you, and please welcome Fred Wunger, the Regional Representative for East and Southeast Asia from International Livestock Research Institute. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you so much for coming. And now I'd like to introduce Korean distinguished guests. We have Kim Chul, the Director of the International Cooperation Bureau of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. Your presence is making this forum even more special. All right, before we officially start the event, we're going to watch a short video clip that highlights some milestones of the forum. Let's take a look at the video. So how was the video? Yes. We should never forget the message from the video, leave no one behind. And I'm pretty sure this forum will be a great opportunity for all of us to find a way to end poverty and save our planet. All right, now I'd like to open up the official event. Jung Hwan-gun, the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, sent an opening message to wish for a successful hosting of this event. Let's take a look at the video.
여러분 반갑습니다. 대한민국 농림축산식품부 장관 정황근입니다. 2022 글로벌 농업 ODA 포럼에 참석해 주셔서 감사합니다. 축사를 해주시는 반기문 글로벌 녹색성장기구 이사장님과 기조연설을 맡아주실 라미로 로페스 다실바 WFP 사무차장님, 알바로 라리오 이파드 총재님, 아킴 스타이너 UNDP 사무총장님, 취동의 FAO 사무총장님께 깊은 감사의 마음을 전합니다. 이번 해에는 러우 사태 등에 따른 글로벌 공급망 위기와 함께 기후변화, 팬데믹 등 여러 국제적 현안으로 세계 식량 위기가 심화되고 있어 국제사회의 협력이 더욱 절실히 요구되는 해입니다. G20, OECD 농업장관회의 등 국제회의에서 강조하고 있는 식량 안보 강화와 회복력 있고 지속 가능한 농식품 시스템 구축은 그 어느 때보다 중요한 과제가 아닐 수 없습니다. 특히 작년 9월 개최된 UN 푸드 시스템 정상회의에서 UN 회원국, 국제기구 등이 참여하여 2030 지속가능 발전 목표 달성에 기여하기 위한 푸드 시스템 전환 필요성에 공감하였고 국제 공조가 필요한 다양한 이니셔티브가 제시되었습니다. 기아 종식, 학교 급식, 지속 가능한 생산성 향상 등 국제사회에서 제시된 다양한 농업 분야 협력 과제들이 어떻게 구체화되고 발굴, 추진되고 있는지 이번 포럼을 통해 상호 간에 점검하고 관련 정보를 공유하는 계기가 되었으면 좋겠습니다. 이러한 배경하에서 이번 ODA 포럼은 분쟁, 기후변화, 탄소중립, 전염병 등 4개 분야를 통해 다루어질 예정이고 포럼 주제는 변화하는 환경 아래 식량 안보 및 영양 확보를 위한 국제개발 협력 방안 모색으로 정했습니다. 한국과 국제사회가 협력하여 위기에 처한 식량 및 영양 문제 개선을 위한 협력 방안을 적극 발굴 논의해 주시기 바랍니다. 한국은 오늘 참여해 주신 국제기구를 포함하여 국제사회 구성원들과 함께 지속 가능한 농식품 시스템 등을 포함한 2030 지속가능 발전 목표 달성을 위해 최선을 다하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Korea is working hard to take the lead on helping international society to solve this problem. So I hope this forum will be very helpful for everyone. All right, next, Ban Ki-moon, the president and chair of Global Green Growth Institute, sent us a congratulatory message. Let's take a look.
Your Excellency Jung Hwan-gun, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs of Korea, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Although I cannot be with you in person, it is my great pleasure to congratulate the organizers and welcome all the participants to this year's Global ODA Forum. As some of you may know, I had the privilege to be a part of this important event towards the end of last year, and I am pleased to join you again. But I believe most of us could not have imagined last year that the world's food and nutrition security conditions would actually become far worse a year later. At the start of this year, just as the world was making great strides to recover after 2 years, billions of lives lost and trillions of dollars spent, the illegal and senseless aggressions by Russia against Ukraine was a catastrophe we did not need. In addition to the unimaginable violence and suffering of the Ukrainian people, the Russian invasion poses a major distraction to the climate agenda and a serious threat to global food security. Our planet is also a victim of the conflict. The violent conflict has forced much of the world to redirect its focus and resources away from the climate crisis, and the negative impacts to food security will be felt for months and years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance and necessity for international cooperation to address food security, hunger and poverty, and climate-induced agricultural losses have never been more urgent. The Paris Climate Change Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development are two often mentioned achievements of my time as the Secretary General of the United Nations. The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, is a treaty-based intergovernmental organization with a mission to help developing countries accelerate the transition to the green growth model of environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive growth. In 2018, I chose to lead GGGI as the President of the Assembly and the Chair of the Council. I am proud of its work strongly in line with the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. And I am very pleased to learn that GGGI and the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs are partnering to help developing countries such as El Salvador and Senegal, and I would be very pleased to see an institutionalized cooperation and an expanded partnership. Because we need to be determined, we need to work together, and we need to act with a sense of urgency in order to save the only planet we have. In the face of the COVID pandemic and Russian aggression, 1-2 punch combination, we need to double down. It is my sincere hope that we, the global community, will be able to come out of this more together and more focused than ever. And I hope this forum can be a platform that helps us work together to address the climate crisis and help developing countries. Once again, I extend my warmest congratulations, and I wish you, all of you, very successful events. Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate it. As you mentioned, we should find concrete ways to deal with food crisis and climate change as well, and we need to work together. That's why we have invited the leaders from international organizations and those from Korea's academic and public fields. Today's forum will be very meaningful for all of us. All right, next we'd like to have a commemorative photo opportunity. So our distinguished guests, speakers and panelists, and chairperson and directors from the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, could you come forward to the stage to take pictures together? Okay, please come forward to the stage. We're going to invite our speakers and panelists, chairpersons, and directors from the Ministry of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Affairs. Okay, could you take off your masks when we take pictures? And be careful. All right, please take off your masks. Take off, thank you. All right, are you ready? Look at the camera in the center. Okay, 3, 2, 1, kimchi. Okay, do you know how to make heart? Okay, 3, 2, 1, heart for everybody. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Okay, we're going to take another photo. Thank you. Please return your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. All right, now I'm going to wrap up the opening ceremony of 2022 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. Now we're going to take a short break for like 30 minutes or 40 minutes. We'll see you at 2 p.m. here. At 2 p.m., we're going to start the first session. So from now to 1:55, we're going to have short break. So please enjoy coffee or have the communication with your colleagues. Thank you. See you at 2 p.m. Did you enjoy coffee break? Great. The chocolate cookie was really good. I loved it. I hope you love it too. Now we'll begin the first session of this ODA forum, and the main theme of the first session is conflict. So the in-depth discussion will be carried out on the following topic, conflict. All right, before we officially start the first session, we'll hear a keynote speech from Ramiro Lopez da Silva via video. He is the Deputy Executive Director of World Food Program. Let's take a look at the video.
Your Excellency Minister Jung, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to join you today for the first session of the 2022 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agriculture Development. Let me start by congratulating our host, the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for hosting 6 consecutive years of this annual forum that explores the achievements, future, and potential of the Republic of Korea's agriculture ODA pathways. The World Food Program is honored to be once again a part of this important international collaboration. For those of you who do not know, the World Food Program has a dual mandate supporting development programs and providing emergency assistance when shocks occur. We are the world's largest humanitarian agency fighting hunger all over the world. Last year, we were able to assist 128 million people, and this year we are on track to support 106 million food insecure people. The government and the people of the Republic of Korea have been one of our most consistent partners, ensuring we expand life-saving programs in the various countries we operate in. But now we need your partnership and support more than ever. When we were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, it was clearly a message to the world that food security is critical for lasting peace and stability all over the world. But what we are seeing now is a collision of crises which have an extraordinary negative outcome on the values we hold. WFP has been raising the alarm on the catastrophic impact and unprecedented needs that was fueled by rising conflict, the toll of climate change, and the COVID-19 pandemic. As food, fuel, and fertilizer prices rise, there is a real concern that the food access and food availability crisis is looming. Conflict plays a big role in this. New estimates also show that the number of acutely food insecure people will hit a record high of 349 million in 2022. This is an increase of 200 million people compared to pre-pandemic levels. For the first time since the existence of the integrated phase classification system, almost 1 million people are in catastrophic conditions, what we call in our jargon IPC5, meaning on the verge of famine. 50 million people depend on humanitarian assistance for survival across 45 countries. Of these, conflict is exacerbating suffering, leading countries like Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, Yemen on the brink of famine. The Republic of Korea's story gives me and many countries around the world hope for the future. WFP started working in Korea in 1964 in the aftermath of the Korean War, And for 20 years, we supported the Korean people with food assistance and livelihood support programs. During this period, you rebuilt your country, with farmers playing a leading role in the recovery led by the agriculture sector. WFP is prioritizing its engagement with national governments on social protection as an important component of its global food crisis response. Productive safety nets that are shock responsive can be catalysts needed for governments to also replicate what happened in the Republic of Korea. Social protection programs not only support the immediate emergency response, but also ensure that national systems are strengthened and more resilient to repeat compounded shocks. WFP also continues to increase local and regional procurement, improving speed, reducing transport costs, all the while supporting local and regional food systems. A total of more than $1.3 billion have been spent so far in 2022, a 47% value of food purchase in countries we operate in. Main commodities sourced locally or regionally are wheat, flour, sorghum, rice, maize, and vegetable oil. Your country's journey over the past 6 years is truly inspirational. The Republic of Korea is the only country in the world that has transitioned from an aid recipient to become a development and donor nation. The use of the nation's homegrown philosophy of Simulundung as a driving force in shaping its future. We hope this can be replicated globally to eradicate zero hunger. It shows that with commitment, hard work, determination, reducing food insecurity and improving the lives of all is possible. WFP remains inspired by this philosophy, and we will continue working with governments applying the lessons of the Korean success story. WFP recognizes the need for a more preventive and integrated approach that promotes food systems and strengthens resilience in communities. This includes contributing to the rehabilitation of hundreds of thousands of hectares of agricultural lands, supporting compost production, and promoting agroecology-based food systems that are adaptive to the changing climate and the environment. Each of us has a part to play, governments, businesses, the agriculture sector, to build a brighter future for children everywhere. We will only succeed in ending hunger if we ensure our global food systems are fit for the 21st century. That's why, at WFP, we are working to strengthen food systems so they support healthy diets for everyone, especially the most vulnerable communities. If we work together, in partnership, we can achieve our shared ambition of a world free from hunger. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramiro Lopez da Silva from World Food Program. As you mentioned, food accessibility and food security became bigger problems during the war, obviously. So we need to find the better way to secure the humanitarian assistance. And as you mentioned, WFP is working on these issues. So we'd like to watch a short introductory video clip of World Food Program. Let's take a look.
There is a ring of fire stretching around the world where climate shocks and conflict are causing destabilization, mass migration, and pushing millions to the very brink of starvation and famine. If you start in the West with Central America and move eastwards through Haiti to the Sahel region of West Africa, through Central Africa, South Sudan, to the Horn of Africa, which is facing drought, Conflict and instability and climate shocks are present everywhere. If you then head eastwards through Yemen, Syria and Afghanistan, one of our biggest crises of the world right now, this combination of climate shocks and conflict, or each acting individually, is causing a crisis of unprecedented proportions.
All right. Now it's time to invite our speakers. They have prepared meaningful presentations. So first, Abdel Karim Sma will give us a presentation on current global food security challenges and International Food Fund for Agricultural Development. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you very much. Really pleased to be with you. I'm grateful for the invitation to join this ODA, Global ODA Forum. Really an excellent occasion for us to exchange views and then share experiences about what's going on these days. I think the keynote speeches and the various speakers have highlighted the magnitude of crisis and the multiplicity of crises that we are seeing these days. We are definitely navigating uncharted waters and going through quite a turbulent period, so there is no doubt about it. So what I'm going to do is just to share a few insights from how IFAD is really addressing these issues and how we are working with partners to do so. So these are the global trends you all know. It's just the combination about the lingering effects of the COVID, the shockwaves sent into commodity markets by the still ongoing Ukraine-Russia crisis, the slow motion climate change effects, which are accelerating, by the way, and also the monetary policy and the tightening that we are seeing right now, and the increase in interest rate and the associated depreciations of several currencies in emerging markets. So this is kind of a really combustion mix. It's a situation where we are seeing a tremendous pressure, tremendous strain in the environment where we operate. And ODA is one of the brightest spots. We are seeing a small increase in 2021, but it's still being dwarfed by the magnitude of the issues that we are facing and the magnitude of investment needs. We are definitely not there yet. This is a map borrowed from the World Bank Food Security Update, the latest one showing the inflation heat. And as you can see globally, every country is really facing inflation at various degrees, but there is really a lot of countries grappling with a double-digit inflation right now, including in Africa and in this part of the world. So, and this is really pushing people to the edge, and people are, and the poverty ranks are being swelled by this combination of crises. The multidimensional poverty is going up as well. And this part of the world, South Asia, for instance, is home to 355 poor people, severe poor people. Associated to that is the increase in malnourishment. The SOFI report, the report that the three Rome-based agencies publish, recons that 3.1 billion people could not afford a healthy diet in 2020. And this has been exacerbated by the COVID-19. So I'm going to talk about and zoom in on the impact of conflict and how conflict is both a cause and a result of food insecurity. There is a two-way street between conflicts leading to imbalances and issues about and disruption in supply chains, but also lack of food can really lead the people to engage into conflicts. It's really there is a nexus issue, and there is really a correlation between the two concepts of food insecurity and conflict. I can't see it from here, but I believe the number of people in need of humanitarian assistance in Asia and the Pacific has quadrupled over the couple last years. This is really a signal that conflicts are really pushing increasing loads of people to seek humanitarian assistance. There is also a variety of situations where institutional fragility, some of it is caused by climate shocks, is also leading to conflicts. Conflicts also try to disrupt the rural transformation through forced displacement of people. And this kind of accelerates rural transformation without the benefits of rural transformation, in the sense that it pushes people out of the rural areas and it triggers a premature urbanization in certain cases without the necessary infrastructure to deal with the loads of people moving into the cities. And we're seeing about 250 million people in this region being forced out of their homes because of climate shocks. I think this is also related to the topic I was talking about. We often say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And I really like this graph I took from the Economic and Social Commission for the Asia and the Pacific. Back in 2017, we were really talking about accelerating, speeding up progress towards SDG so we can meet them and achieve them in 2030. Back in 2017, this report said that with that pace, we won't be able to reach the full set of SDGs before 2052. Then in 2019, that limit has been pushed by 5 years into 2057. And then with the onset of the COVID, the same report has really revised it and pushed back that limit to 2065. So it means that with the current pace of progress and with the setbacks we've been facing because of this multi-layered crisis, we won't be able to achieve the 2030 until 2065. So this is really a sobering picture which tells all the story about where we are right now. If we zoom in into some of the SDGs, particularly the ones which are closely related to food security, like the SDG 1 and SDG 2, we see that had we been able to speed up progress back in 2017, we would be in the dotted line in 2021. But you see that we are lagging behind, more on the SDG 2 on zero hunger than the first one on no poverty. Climate action went into reverse, which is even worse. And if we look at the SDG 16, about fostering peace, justice, and strong institutions, which is closely related to the concept of conflict, it's also lagging behind. So definitely we can say that the SDG agenda is being derailed, and we need really a wake-up call and really a paradigm shift in the way we work together and the way we use ODA to be able to contribute to bringing that agenda back on track. So, I mean, I guess you are all familiar with IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, which is an international financial institution, but also a UN agency engaging in developing countries mainly through sovereign loans, concessional sovereign loans. We have a current portfolio of about 20 countries in this part of the world, and a financial footprint, I would say, of about $8.2 billion. This is IFAD resources combined with the co-financing of both domestic and international partners. So this is the main conduit for our engagement in the region, and we've been able so far to improve the livelihoods of people, to bring about economic mobility. What we call economic mobility is the way we bring them upwards, so we achieve better livelihood outcomes for them. About 42.7 million people over IFAD 12. This is the period 2019-2021. This is significant, but it's definitely dwarfed by the numbers of malnourished and poor people I've been presenting in the first slides. These are IFAD contribution to SDG 1, SDG 2, particularly the focus on women empowerment, and SDG 13, which is the focus on building resilience and bringing vast areas of farmland into sustainable management practices. The way we do that is we use a food system approach with the focus, and this is also related to IFAD mandates about long-term investment. So we're not really into relief and food and really addressing immediate effects of food insecurity, but more into building long-term food security through investment into agriculture. And the way we support livelihoods is, of course, following a value chain development approach, covering both productive and off-farm, on-farm and off-farm, with also a recently more emphasis on productive safety nets, which is not straying into emergency, but trying to bridge emergency with long-term investment and engaging into early recovery, basically providing packages of seeds and fertilizers and preserving the assets of farmers during crisis. We're doing that while constantly mainstreaming climate, nutrition, gender, and youth. And these are really quad rails, or I would say really a prerequisite for any investment we are putting in place in collaboration with government. We need always to make sure that we meet those four mainstreaming themes. As I said, our focus on long-term investment through sovereign lending needed to be recently, because of the occurrence of all these crises, needed to be complemented with crisis response mechanisms. We put in place the Rural Poor Stimulus Facility, which is meant to shore up the assets of farmers, and which has also harnessed digital agriculture as an innovative way to get access to our clients and to overcome the barriers for them to access to markets. And that I think this crisis and the COVID has been an accelerator of the embrace of digital tools, solutions in the rural space. And I believe this facility has contributed to that. We recently put in place another instrument, which is the Crisis Response Initiative, to try to support farmers facing this surge in prices and difficulties to access fertilizer in particular. So as I said, these instruments, coupled with other instruments, like the Platform for Agriculture Risk Management, it's a G20 initiative hosted by IFAD and meant to foster the uptake of risk management practices in the rural space. So all these instruments are really broadening our toolbox and allowing us to respond and to go out of our comfort zone, which is long-term investment, and really be able to have a crisis response mechanism when it's needed. Of course, we're not on our own. We are working with many partners, covering all the spectrum of partners, the private sector, the organization, the private farmers organization, of course, the academia, in addition to the traditional partners we're having with the government and the public institutions. And these are a few figures about the resources which are committed alongside IFAD to support rural livelihoods and to support inclusive and sustainable rural transformation. Just wanted to zoom in on the partnership we're having with the Republic of Korea. As I said, agriculture is going through a deep transformation, and the digital transformation is something that will definitely help us to address some of the effects of the crisis and some of the issues that we've been singling out in the beginning of this presentation. And when partnering, we always try to partner and to bring about the best of each partner. And I think the Republic of Korea, and it being at the forefront of digitalization, being at the forefront of innovation, has been really instrumental in supporting our clients in the region through digital agriculture, particularly through the supplementary resources. We've been committing alongside our loans in the Pacific, but also in Vietnam, in Cambodia, and in Philippines, supporting a variety of activities, whether putting in place digital marketplaces like in Cambodia, or really putting systems to address illicit fishing in Philippines through the use of drones, thanks to the Korean support. Now, a few words about the way forward from our perspective. Partnership is really key, and I think IFAD is looking to deepen and broaden its impact, because this is what the countries are calling for. And of course, we need to partner with like-minded global players to ensure that we bring impact at scale. And I think the way we can bring it at scale is by opening up the policy space. So whatever investment we are putting in place are really a game changer and catalyzing investment from other partners, including from the private sector. I think this is key to achieve impact at scale. I mean, the magnitude of issues we're facing calls for scale, and this cannot really come, spontaneously. We need really to proactively work for scale through calibrated partnership, but also through policy actions. Another message I think which is quite important is right now it's really difficult to approach development like a sequencing where you have to respond to a crisis, recover from that crisis, and then invest into long-term recovery. I think now we're seeing protracted crisis. We're seeing situations where stable and unstable parts of the same country are coexisting, and we need to be creative in really tackling the situation. So we need to see how we can build bridges between social safety nets and productive safety nets, between long-term investment and humanitarian investment. I think we need to be creative and think out of the box to see how we can move in locksteps when it comes to humanitarian versus long-term support. And of course, and this is really key, I've been talking a lot about 2030, There is another another deadline, which is 2050. We can easily overlook 2050 because it's far away than 2030. But I think the work needs to start now, and the current crisis should not distract us from the looming climate change, and should not distract us from putting agriculture into a green pathway, putting agriculture in a position to contribute significantly to achieve economy-wide carbon neutrality. I think this is an objective which we need to put at the center of the discussions around rural development. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. Thank you. You can return your seat. Please give him a big hand again. Thank you. I'm pretty sure all of us agree with that. The global food price inflation is the primary challenge in the international society, and we need to work on that together. So his message was really impressive. Thank you so much. All right, now we're going to invite Brian Lander, the Deputy Director of Emergencies Division from World Food Program. The theme of his presentation is Global Overview of Humanitarian Needs, Operational Concerns, and Priorities. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today with everyone. And thank you to the organizers for inviting WFP to present and lay out the situation from a humanitarian perspective that we're seeing in the world today. We are in a global crisis, and it's driven by a number of different factors. We could call it a poly-crisis in that sense. But today I'll talk more directly about conflict and how conflict is the source of much of the food insecurity that we see around the world today. It is the single most important factor when it comes to people's food insecurity around the world. So WFP, as we heard earlier from my own agency, our Deputy Executive Director, WFP is a dual mandated agency. We're primarily focused on saving lives. So emergency response, that's where my division, my role comes into play. And we're trying to get out to the areas where people are needing the most support. But we also have a role in changing lives, in the sense that whatever we're doing on the ground should ultimately support people to do better and not to be put into that situation again. So I'll cover the numbers that we're looking at today in the world. I'll talk about some of the factors, and I'll dive in a little bit into some of the situations that we're concerned about today. So I realize I'm responsible for the slides. So at the moment, we're seeing numbers of people that are acutely food insecure at a level that we've never seen before. The number that you see there is 349 million people. Those are people that really don't know where their next meal is coming from. They're living day to day, struggling to try to get to their next meal. That's for them, that's for their families, that's for their community. That's a number that, as I said, is really unprecedented. It's about 200 million more people than before the pandemic. So the pandemic has really had a catastrophic effect on people's ability to access food. Amongst those, there's 49 million people that are on the verge, very close to famine situations. And those are in 49 countries, as is expressed here. These are the numbers that we have as an organization on the ground, where we're able to monitor the situation and have real data. And if we boil it down even further to those most in need, we're seeing a number of 1 million people that are in famine-like conditions. This we have not seen before. Those people are in 6 different countries. They're in Somalia, they're in Ethiopia, Yemen, South Sudan, Afghanistan, and Haiti. we've never seen that many countries with populations in those situations. And why are those populations in that situation? It's primarily, as I said before, because of conflict. And what is it about conflict that puts them in that situation? And what we're seeing in many of these is protracted conflict. It's conflict that's extended over a number of years, exacerbated by the current crisis of fallout from COVID and economic. But then we're seeing deliberate tactics by armed actors to isolate those communities. And whether that's for purposes of punishment or whether it's for purposes of trying to undermine or diminish the capacity of armed groups that they're fighting against, the bottom line is it disproportionately affects civilians. And that's the number that we're seeing here, is 1 million civilians are being put in famine conditions. That means that by the time a famine is officially declared, what we're saying here is that these people are in conditions that appear to be a famine, but we haven't declared the famine yet. We're concerned that it's about to happen because the famine is for a whole region. It's not for an individual community. By the time that official famine is declared, over half those people will be dead. That's the situation we're looking at today, and it's very dramatic. In addition to those that we're looking at in those situations, we're also concerned about the situation of children around the world. There's about 60 million children under 5 who are acutely malnourished. This is what we're looking at by the end of the year, according to current projections. And there's about 153 million children that are acutely hungry. That's about half of that 349 million figure today. And again, it's all about conflict and how that's pushing these communities and these individuals into that situation. If I can talk a little bit about conflict and what do we mean by conflict and those tactics that I mentioned earlier. When you're looking at siege and cutting off communities from markets, from the ability to actually reach beyond their current location and get to places where they can receive the assistance they need. Conflict, as was mentioned earlier, causes displacement. People are forced from their homes, they're forced to go on the move, and it puts them at risk. It causes them to be more and more vulnerable. Conflict disrupts food systems, whether it's objects that are absolutely indispensable for their survival, such as wells or health clinics or other means. These are being targeted by armed groups. It also means production is being targeted. It means storage is being targeted. It means transport is not possible. If you think about the situation in Ukraine today, the whole reason that we had to have the Black Sea Initiative is because we did see that targeting of grain silos. We did see that inability to move grain outside of the country. So this disruption to food systems is very stark as well. In addition, conflict leads to a denial of humanitarian assistance, whether that's humanitarian organizations going into a community or communities being able to get out to reach humanitarian assistance. Either way, conflict is a big disruptor. And then in addition, we've seen the targeting of humanitarian staff. We've seen more and more attacks on staff in various countries across the world, and really a diminishing respect for rules, international humanitarian law, human rights. That space is diminishing day by day as we look at the world today. So if I turn quickly then to what is WFP doing about this? What are we on the ground trying to achieve? At this point, we're trying to reach 160 million people this year in 2022 with food assistance. That's well beyond what we managed to do last year. Last year was about 110, 115. Again, it's because of the scale of the need that we've seen this. Already we've reached 133 million, so we're on track to achieve that objective, but it's a day-to-day struggle to get to that point. What are we doing in terms of actual assistance? So the way that WFP operates is we deliver food, which we call in-kind, so it's actual sacks of grain, rice, oil, or other means, or more and more, we're finding that cash in this form of electronic distributions through your mobile phone or through a voucher system. Cash is a powerful means to get through these areas that are being impacted by conflict and other measures. It allows people choice as well, because when they do receive cash, they're not necessarily limited to only buying food. They might buy other things, which frees up income for them to buy the food that they need. So cash is flexible, it provides dignity to people, and it's a powerful way for us to reach those most in need. In addition, we're trying to ensure that WFP as an organization is in a position to respond at scale and with the kind of rapid response that's necessary. So given this current crisis, we've declared a corporate emergency, which means that we can draw on resources available to the organization much faster. We have what we call an immediate response account, which provides countries with immediate funds to purchase commodities and get those out to the communities. It also allows us to deploy staff very quickly. We've motivated over 750 staff this year through our workforce capacity enhancement. In addition, we're working very closely, as mentioned further down the slide, that we're working with governments very much to strengthen their own social safety nets and their own ability to ramp up social protection means to reach communities that are being impacted by the current crisis. This goes a bit beyond the focus on conflict, but nevertheless, it's an important mechanism to diminish the possibility for conflict. And I think, as was mentioned earlier, there's two sides of the same coin. We see conflict exacerbating food insecurity, but we're also seeing food insecurity triggering conflict. It's not as binary as that necessarily. There are other factors that go into that. But any way that we can support social systems that will allow communities to not have that extra level of tension, that's a good thing. And that's what we will continue to support. As mentioned here as well, we're trying to go local as much as possible. Some of you may have heard this agenda that drives much of the humanitarian community and the development community, which is localization. And that means not just relying on local partners. That's a big part of it. We do need to build up that capacity to generate the kind of support to those partners that they need, but we're also purchasing locally. We're trying to bring producers at a local level up to a standard where we can purchase from them and perhaps use it for our own programs. And again, that's about strengthening the markets. That's about injecting cash into communities that perhaps need that support. And as we move forward, I'll just highlight a few recommendations that perhaps we could think about during the forum in terms of what is it that we can do. And the first is to act up and speak out against famine. I think there's a realization that the world is, as was mentioned in the WFP video, the world is on fire. There is a ring of fire, but it's not obvious to everyone. And I think we do need, it's upon us that we, sitting in a country like South Korea, that have everything that we need to speak up and make sure that that voice is heard. Those communities aren't necessarily able to do that themselves. The second is to support political solutions, because without political solutions, we're not going to have a resolution to the conflicts that we're seeing today. That means humanitarian diplomacy, often at the country level, but then ramping that up to the international level. There was a Security Council resolution adopted in 2018, Security Council Resolution 2417, which highlighted the link between hunger and conflict. And it reiterated this prohibition of using starvation as a method of war. That triggered then the International Criminal Court to designate starvation as a method of war as a war crime. Yet, in most of the situations around the world today, we are seeing starvation being used as a method of war. Siege tactics are a method of war. And it's a simple way to get a community, to get a group of people to capitulate, to suffer in a way that goes beyond anything that weapons can do. This is wrong. And I think we need to hear more people condemn that type of behavior. Third, we're looking to strengthen partnerships with governments, of course. And in there, again, it's about ensuring that we can empower those local capacities to meet needs that they haven't been able to up until this point. And it goes both from the national level, but then down to that subnational level. We're seeing in many situations that control and social justice systems aren't necessarily getting out beyond the capitals. They're facing conflicts, they're facing armed insurgents and insecurity, and they're not being able to put into place those means of responding to the communities that they've had in the past. So we need to really ramp up our ability to partner with those governments. And then we need to leverage the powers of markets and trades, and I think we've heard that very clearly from our colleague from IFAD. And then in addition, investing in resilience and the social protection and the social safety nets that go along with that. In addition to all that, we need funds for humanitarian response to continue. These are long processes. We're not going to see a resolution to this tomorrow. And in the meantime, we see needs exponentially growing. As I said before, we've never seen this level of need. And along with that, the finances that go into supporting the response to those needs are rising at the same rate. And so that support is absolutely essential as we look forward to the next phases. This is a map of a little bit of a insight into WFP. This is what we call our corporate alert system. And these are countries where we look for a 3 to 6 month period ahead to where we know we should be concerned about ensuring that we have capacity on the ground. As you can see, most of them are in Africa, and the ones in dark red are those that are highest corporate concern. So Somalia and Ukraine at this stage. In addition to that, you can see in the tiny little place in the Caribbean, Haiti is a big concern right now. As I mentioned, Haiti only recently we had a declaration of famine in Port-au-Prince, of all places. And that's because of the activities of armed groups on the ground that are denying access to parts of that city. So this is where we are focusing our primary attention. And then I thought I'll give a shout out to the Republic of Korea, since we're here in Korea today, and give a little bit of insight into their support to the work of WFP. As you can see, it's been growing over time. These are the contributions that we have received from the Republic of Korea. And it's quite extraordinary, as was mentioned earlier, coming from a country that for a long time was a recipient of aid, is now it's in our top 15 donors to WFP. And that's extraordinary and certainly to be commended. It's a fact that I think we want to utilize as other countries hopefully move beyond being recipients. In terms of areas where the Republic of Korea has contributed to WFP's work, they provide 50,000 metric tons of rice to WFP every year, in addition to providing funds themselves, but then also looking at climate change and how can innovation in this country be exported to other countries. Looking at support to school meals, which is an important foundation for getting food to families in situations where not necessarily we can get access to other facilities. The schools are a real hub for a lot of the distributions that we make on the ground. And then, of course, looking forward to the innovation that certainly the Republic of Korea can bring to bear with its dynamic technology sector. So I'll stop there and say thank you very much, and looking forward to a further discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. Thank you. Could you give him a big hand again? Thank you. As I mentioned, a number of people are facing food insecurity, and due to the COVID-19 pandemic and conflict situation, the number has been much bigger. So it's a very serious problem. We need to speak out and act up together. So let's do it together. All right, next we're going to invite Tamara Nicodemi, the regional coordinator from International Food Fund for Agricultural Development. She will give us a presentation on measures to address food security risks and cooperation with the Republic of Korea. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and MAFRA representatives. It's an honor to be speaking today. I'm Abdelkarim Smaz's colleague from IFAD, and it's a great opportunity to be speaking today about the Pacific Islands. As you know, we have recently approved the Small Island Development State Strategy, where our objective is to double our outreach in the small island development states. So today I'm going to be taking you through a short presentation of our engagement and our joint engagement with MAFRA in the Pacific. The dimension of conflict in the Pacific, of course, is indirect and direct at the same time. So we've been affected directly by the Ukraine crisis and a steep increase in prices and agri-inputs prices. There was a civil riot in Solomon Islands at the end of 2021. And certainly during the last 9 months, we've had also the Hunga Hapai tsunami and volcano in Tonga, but also the volcano in Vanuatu. Certainly the Pacific, when we think about the Pacific, you probably know why we call it the Pacific. The Pacific season lasts from June to October, and then there's the war season, and the war season in the Pacific is when the natural disasters occur, and it's the most disaster-prone region in the world. So hurricanes, tsunamis, volcanoes, earthquakes, droughts and storms characterize this region. Of course, the climatic events, as previously mentioned by my colleagues, are increasing, and they have a tremendous impact on agriculture and the ability to produce food, and hence the challenges and hazards to food security. Of course, these climatic events have different impacts on the region. You see that the floodings and the landslides are more frequent in the South Pacific, Southwest Pacific. Droughts are, for instance, now very recurrent and a big hazard in Kiribati. And tropical cyclones in Fiji, Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu are mostly affected regions in the West Pacific. Now, another dimension of conflict has been during the last 2 years with the border closures, due to COVID-19. What has COVID-19 meant for the Pacific region? Certainly a decline in exports, an increase in food prices, hence a triple burden in malnutrition, loss of tourism, which is the main economic driver in the region. And with IFAD's Rural Poor Stimulus Facility and the support of Australian Aid, we've put together a facility called the Pacific Islands Rural Agriculture Stimulus Facility. There's been a civil unrest, as I mentioned previously, due to youth unemployment, out-migration, and just very high socioeconomic inequality that affected Solomon Islands, one of the most fragile states in the Pacific region. The Ukraine crisis has signified steep increases in the agri-input costs, but also shortages of the imported agri-inputs. So we foresee that 2023 will be characterized by a reduction in yields due to unaffordability of the agri-inputs by the farmers. Now, the food and nutrition systems, what's important to say here is that the Pacific is a very important contributor to global food systems. Did you know, for instance, that the Western and Central Pacific Ocean supply more than 50% of the global tuna catches in the world? And the Pacific also has high value commodities. For instance, cocoa and vanilla are key commodities, and we need to step up our efforts to increase the competitiveness of these commodities and value chains. On the plus side also, the Pacific region provides a lot of skilled agriculture and fisheries labor supply. So there's a lot of economic migrants and brain drain, unfortunately, that results from it. Yet it is characterized by low productivity. There's underperforming small and medium enterprises. Countries like Nauru, RMI and Tuvalu are highly, or if not totally, dependent on food imports. And there's an overall negative trade balance. So what do we need to do? We certainly need to bolster intra-regional agricultural investments and trade. So let's think of not only the export markets, but also those we need to strengthen that trade and exports within the Pacific region. We need to enhance the competitiveness of these high value chains such as vanilla, coffee and cocoa. And we need to carry on doing it, engaging communities, which is a key lesson learned from 40 years of engagement of IFAD in the Pacific. Oops. Certainly when we think about the Pacific, we do not have the numbers that WFP colleagues have presented from Africa, but we can certainly think of a high prevalence of non-communicable diseases and premature deaths that stem from that. Unfortunately, the availability of data is fragmented, so probably one of my key messages to the ODA forum participants today is that maybe we can, let's say, coordinate more on trying to strengthen the data systems in the Pacific region. And you see there the prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity in the total population, with peaks of up to 41% in Kiribati. Women and children, very important contributors to livelihoods and to fisheries and agricultural sector. They make up to 70 to 90% of the market vendors, yet they are the most, let's say, subject to the triple burden of malnutrition. So you see that, for instance, high percentages of anemia due to iron deficiency, with peaks of 41% among women and 27 to 43% among children. It is noticeable also that these inequitable food security and nutrition outcomes mostly impact female-headed households, but also people living with disabilities and children under 4. Now, we've put together, as I mentioned previously, this Pacific Island Rural Agriculture Stimulus Facility. We want to present it here as a COVID-19 response, but actually it's in operation. After 1 year, we can say that actually it served as a response also in times of conflict, natural disasters, and civil unrest. In less than a year, we've reached 22,000 beneficiaries. You might say this is a small number, but actually it's quite big in the Pacific. And when we think about the Pacific, we are thinking about really reaching the real last mile. So the presenter before said, we do not want to leave anyone behind. And you know, with the community engagement in the Pacific region, we're not only working in the main island, but in the outer islands. So we're talking about 24, 48 hours by ferry from the main island. So also with logistical challenges, which sometimes may be a deterrent for us to invest in the Pacific because the transaction costs are so high. But it's really worth it because actually our small support together, and we can only do it in partnerships, can really mean that these outer islands become self-resilient in terms of producing their own food. So this was, for instance, the case that I saw in Solomon Islands a few weeks ago, where we're establishing germplasm centers and we're enabling the people to produce their own food in very remote outer islands. What has emerged as lessons learned? So we're presenting it here because we think it could be a scalable model. We don't always have to reinvent the wheel, so what works and what doesn't, and how can we scale it up? So we've seen an increase in food production and consumption diversification. For instance, in this case of Tonga or in Solomon Islands, people diverted their diets in the last year from just fish and coconuts to a variety of the vegetables. The vegetable intake has increased in some cases that I've interviewed during the recent mission, from 1 to twice a month to on a daily basis, which for us is a significant, let's say, achievement that we can only do in partnership with the multilateral, bilaterals, and of course with strong government ownership. The access to planting materials was also very important in times of shortages. Think of this last year was when there were border closures. So actually with the PIRAS support, seeds and seedlings and suckers were successfully transported to the outer islands. Otherwise, farmers would have probably been relying on very limited agri-inputs. We've also noticed a behavioral change, which is not entirely attributable to our intervention. I think it's been overall an outcome of COVID-19. People went back to farming, they went back to agriculture, they understood the importance of agriculture. And now that, let's say, the borders have opened again, they're actually deciding to remain in agriculture. So I think we need to step up our efforts and invest more in the agricultural sector, because it's going to become an increasing important source of livelihoods for people in the remote and rural areas. Women economic empowerment also resulted from increased participation of women in the production of food for their families, but also in the marketing of the surpluses in markets. For instance, notably the home gardens, which we've been promoting a lot, has reduced their, let's say, their time in commuting, so they could take care of their farms. I have memorable and fond pictures of these women showing me the love that they give to these home gardens and the different vegetables that they grow. But also with that additional income, they've been able to enroll their children in school. So, we really reached also people that are affected by hardship and vulnerability. It might not be the same vulnerability that we experience in different sides of the world, but it's a very peculiar vulnerability in the Pacific. The model that we've put together under PIRAS, which is a coordinated package of support in training, in supply of agri-inputs, also post-harvest management and market linkage facilitation, has enabled, in the words of the beneficiaries met in Tonga, a fast recovery to the natural disaster that unfortunately hit the Kingdom of Tonga in January 2022. It's also enabled people's access to food. It's enabled increased vegetable intake, and it's enabled increased enrollment, for instance, of children in schools, given the increased incomes that have been generated by the beneficiaries that were targeted by PIRAS. Now, in this part, we talk about two very important interventions that have been supported by MAFRA. So in Solomon Islands, we've set up a delivery unit to strengthen the government capacity. This was very, very much appreciated by the government of Solomon Islands. So we set up in line with the 10-year agriculture strategy plan that was passed in December 2021. With our joint support with MAFRA, we've set up a donor coordination unit. We also supported the core system strengthening, so whatever has to do with the finance, monitoring by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, all the internal kind of procedures and control and mechanisms and systems in government. And we've enabled a livelihood sector coordination mechanism, which is much needed in these small island development states, where without those, we would see a duplication of efforts and we could potentially be reducing the effectiveness of our intervention. So this kind of intervention is very much needed in the Pacific Island countries. The intervention is coming to an end now as we speak, but there's so much interest also by the government that we are seeing how to scale up, replicate, and probably also do the same in other Pacific countries. We also have a very good collaboration in Kiribati, where our supplementary funds through MAFRA co-financed a long-term investment called the Kiribati Outer Island Food and Water Project. So what are we doing together? We are promoting climate-smart agriculture techniques. We are promoting integrated farming systems, wastewater management systems, compost production. And we have already produced an integrated farming systems training manual. So in this way, we are, let's say, disseminating the good practices and the knowledge across more beneficiaries. What emerges as lessons, key lessons? Our effectiveness can only be, we can only be effective if we adopt the community engagement approach, if we work with the central government, but also with the outer islands, island councils and all the local authorities and administration. Our water systems infrastructure can only be sustainable if we also work on setting up and sustaining the water user groups. We have to couple, let's say, the more technical support to farmers with a lot of work on nutrition awareness and education to improve diets, to introduce new recipes for change or that can defeat the non-communicable diseases that are so prevalent in the region. And we are effective if we also support this decentralized planning. The next slide is going to be a short movie that shows us what has been possible with the Republic, with the collaboration with MAFRA, and is being scaled up now under PIRAS. Enjoy. Very simple systems. These heroes in Kiribati are managing to produce vegetables on the sand. I mean, it was incredible to see. And this is the cocoa sap also that we are supporting together with Korea. So this is in a nutshell what we are doing to support and promote integrated farming systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your impressive speech. Thank you. As she pointed out, the people in Pacific area, they're facing the risk of food security as well. And she gave a chance to think more about the investment in agricultural sector and the role of each government. Thank you. All right, now we're going to take a short break to set up the discussion session. So like 5 minutes from now, we're going to take a 5 minutes short break and we'll come back to have a discussion session. Okay, see you soon. Thank you. Right, now we'll begin the discussion of the first session under the theme of conflict. And I'd like to introduce our chairperson first. The chairperson is Hyun-sik Jang, the adjunct professor of Ewha Women's University. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. And now I'm going to introduce our panelists. First, we have Abdelkarim Sma, the lead regional economist Asia and the Pacific Division from International Fund for Agricultural Development. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. And he was the speaker as well. We have Brian Lander, the Deputy Director of Emergencies Division from WFP. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. And we have Tamara Nicodemi, the Regional Coordinator from International Fund for Agricultural Development. Please welcome her with a big hand. Thank you. And we also have Yang Hun Song, the Professor of Department of Agricultural Economics of Chungbuk National University and Non-Executive Director of Korea International Cooperation Agency. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. And we also have Jung Myung Cho, and she is the head of Department of Multilateral Cooperation and Humanitarian Assistance, Korea International Cooperation Agency. Please welcome her with a big hand. Thank you. And we have Chang Ha, the Research Director, Emeritus Center for International Partnership. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Now, let's turn our attention to our chairperson. So, Professor Jang, could you take it away?
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And my name is Professor Jang, and I spent my whole life at the KOICA. And after retirement, I right now teaching in Ewha Women's University. And it's my honor to be here and to moderate this session, the first session of it. And as you see that right now we are living in a crisis, especially in COVID-19 coupled with, as you see that Ukraine crisis and also climate change as well. As three speakers expressed their ways that we are in the middle of food insecurity as well. Therefore, it is very timely, I think, to hold this kind of session. And I am very grateful to be here, all of that. And the time is very limited, therefore, as you see that the three speakers already spoke of their view regarding IFAD and WFP, especially citing the case study of it, and then how to cooperate with the Korean government as well. So I think we already heard their speech, and then after we have 7 minutes comments by each panelist, and then we have in return in the mic to three speakers as well for their further comments about it. And if time is allowed, I will give you often the floor to have some other questions as well. And then I would like to speed up my moderation as well before 4 o'clock, to give more speed, smooth, follow up the session 2 as well. Okay, let me start it, and then I will give the floor to Professor Song. He is a really expert in this field, and he has many projects regarding ODA, especially by KOICA as well. So he gave me, I think, very good comments about three speakers and his view about it. Please.
Thank you very much, Professor Chang. As as she introduced me, I'm a professor teaching game theory, international development, and behavioral economics. And I'm also a member of board of directors at KOICA. And because I'm not sure if I can make my point without my slide, but you can refer to the slides in the booklet. So my I also learned a lot from you three, and then also I'm also inspired by the speech of Mr. Da Silva. It was very impressive. Today I'd like to share some perspectives of behavioral economics on food insecurity due to conflict. Okay, because we talked a lot about strategies and plans, but we didn't look at the stakeholders at the bottom. So that's what I'm trying to do in my discussion. Okay. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, poor consumers, okay, under food insecurity, they will act irrationally, okay, and do not respond to your actions. Okay, they will not, act rationally. Because food is a public, good and also a political good. Its security is a concern for the governments and international organizations like IFAD and WFP. Okay, when one of the dimension, stability. Actually, stability is the how stable the trees are, right? So if it is under risk, okay, rich providers will take advantage of the situation. Okay, they have gain frame in behavioral economics, but the poor consumers, they are locked in with the loss frame. Okay, and they will try to avoid loss twice more than gain. Okay, so they all this lead to some predictable and irrational behaviors of the stakeholders. So Professor Kahneman, he's one of the Nobel Prize winner in economics in 2002. He prepared this a table, very simple table. He called it the four-fold pattern. When there is low risk, high risk, and when they have gain frame, loss frame, they act differently. Their attitude to the risk will be very different. Okay, for example, the people, if the risk is less than and more than 1/3, okay, and if they have gain frame, okay, they will act risk averse. Okay, and people with loss frame, they will do the opposite. Okay, they will try to seek risk. Okay, for example, food providers, okay, with gain frame, they are more likely to hold back food supply when there is more demand. Okay, and the poor consumers, okay, they are more likely to consume more food. They will consume everything. Okay, and do not store any food at home. Okay, that when the supply is limited, that's very irrational. But that's what people do when they have this loss frame, okay, on the high risk. Okay, so my point, okay, here is that poor people will react irrationally to food insecurity from conflict. Okay, so this kind of insight from behavioral economics can help. But when you are planning for or planning for the emergent food provision or planning for strategies, you need to understand what's going on in the stakeholders' mind. Okay, so that you can make sure your plans and actions can work. Okay, so maybe you can just to secure food and tell the poor people in Africa that you have enough food so that they can have some calm mind. Okay, or you can just bring them into your storage if it is WFP operation site. Then make sure that show them that you have food. Okay, so if food risk is not that high, what I'm saying is less than 1/3, then the poor might have food shortage. Okay, so this way poor consumers react more rationally, and then less threatened by food insecurity. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Song. He is an economist, so therefore he talks food security from the point of economics, especially behavioral economics as well. How food security link with food shortages, especially in developing countries as well. So later you will give some kind of comments from his comments as well. I think it is quite interesting feedback from each other over that. Next, may I invite Mrs. Jo. She's in charge of multilateral cooperation and humanitarian. She's the head of this department. She is my former colleague as well. Welcome, Mrs. Jo.
Thank you, Professor Chang. Thank you for inviting me to this meaningful forum. I'm very happy to be a part of it today. My name is Jung Myung Cho. I am Director General of KOICA, Department of Multilateral Cooperation and Humanitarian Assistance. Today, as our presenter has rightly pointed out, the food insecurity has been exacerbated by climate change and conflicts. And with the global inflation and also big crisis happening in Ukraine and also in Pakistan, some of the food insecurity in other countries have been a little overlooked because we have to do more with less. So I think as our presenter has pointed out, our global coalition is very critical more than ever. And I think we need to keep in mind the sustainability and efficiency and also diversification as a kind of core value for our coalition, because as you have mentioned, humanitarian assistance, we can start with the humanitarian assistance, but we cannot continue with humanitarian assistance only. So building the resilience of the community and also the people is very important in a sustainability perspective. And also because we have inflation happening and we have less resources available, efficiency is also a key. And I think digital transformation could play a very critical role in there. And because we need to diversify livelihood for the sustainability issue, diversifying agents, empowering women and children could be also key to our sustainable development. So with that being said, I would like to share some of our works in this area. KOICA recognizes urgent needs to ensure food security in conflict-affected areas. Food provision as humanitarian assistance could relieve food shortages in conflict-fragile states, but it cannot be a long-lasting solution. Moreover, reduced production in conflict areas could result in global food crisis in long term. Therefore, we believe that it is important to take a triple nexus approach as global coalition in conflict-affected areas. To begin with, I'd like to briefly touch upon KOICA's strategy. At KOICA, we have 12 sectoral midterm strategies, and food securities in conflict situations fall under in governance and peace, as well as agricultural rural development sector. Our main programs in agricultural rural development strategy aims to increase access to food and promote income growth of rural communities. Under governance and peace strategy, conflict prevention and a foundation for peaceful life is one of the strategic objectives. In order to achieve such objective, we have programs to strengthen communities' economic resilience. Talking about our financial contribution, annually about 10% of KOICA's total budget goes to agriculture sector. In the year 2021, we have $65 billion spent in agriculture and rural development sector as a whole. And this year, by our annual plan, we have about $43 million. So that's about 12% per year. As you are aware, KOICA is a development agency, but we also implement humanitarian assistance under the guidance of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So my department is the only part where we do humanitarian assistance within KOICA. So there are various ways that KOICA responds to global food insecurity in conflict situations. One is through financial contribution through UN agency. So for example, we have provided about $9.5 million US dollars to Ukraine through WFP. As a whole, as a government, we have 100 million US dollar going to Ukraine, and half of them was through financial contributions through UN agencies, and 9.5 million was through WFP. And second, the KOICA also supports food security in conflict situations through development projects. Every year we have over about 400 ongoing projects in total. But today I would like to take this opportunity to share a few examples that we do with multilateral partners. So one is just to make it short, I want to give you one example. You can find one more in the booklet. One example is with WFP. WFP is strengthening stallholders, agriculture value chain, gender equality, and peace in refugee hosting district, Tanzania. This project is from 2022 to 2022 to 2026 with total budget of $6 million US. This project covers border areas between Tanzania and Burundi. Through this project, we aim to ensure food security, gender equality, and peace in refugee hosting communities by providing agricultural supports as well as all cycle skills training for smallholders. So for conflict areas, we try to focus on border area, and with the integrated approach, we not only provide the upskilling trainings, but also we do provide some small agricultural related infrastructure as well. And also, we also work with Korea-based NGOs through humanitarian partnership program, where we mostly work on nutrition program rather than food assistance. Yes, that's all for me. And yes, I look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My colleague, Ms. Jo, her comment is very simple. KOICA is willing to share financial and technical cooperation with international organization in the name of humanitarian assistance, but it does not mean that this is just for humanitarian aid. It should be coupled with sustainability and efficiency as well. Therefore, we have to think about it. And I was vice president in KOICA. I remember we have a cooperation with WFP for the slogan of Zero Hunger. And then in many countries, it turned out to be very successful after evaluation, etc. like that. So I hope this is not just emergency. This is a technical cooperation with rural development, especially in Semaru Undong, something like that. So I think we have much rooms to cooperate with the WFP and then other organizations as well. She is in charge of that, and then you will have some comment after that. Okay. Last but not least, the panelist, he's my older friend as well. She is really, really experienced in the agriculture field as well. He works more than 30 years in this field. Therefore, his comment is very invaluable, I think. May I invite Dr. He Jiang, please.
Thank you, moderator. I'm working at the Korea Rural Economic Institute, which is the government think tank working for the agricultural and rural development sector. And I have been working at the International Development Cooperation section for more than 15 years. And thank you very much for inviting me to this meaningful symposium. Actually, South Korea is the one of the first countries that have been received the emergency aid after this severe conflict with the North Korea in 1950 to 1953. Such conflicts not only threaten the lives of so many people. At the time, millions of people were killed or wounded, but also it also hindered food supply, negatively affecting lives of the people even far away from the conflict site also. I'd like to indicate two things for the discussion. The first one is about the food aid, and the food aid should be carefully designed, not to negatively affect the domestic food industry of the recipient countries. When South Korea had been supplied cheap wheat flour during 1950s and 1960s through the United States Public Law 480, nobody imagined that the incoming aid would cause decreased production of domestic wheat in Korea. Importation of cheap processed wheat flour was said to destroy the production base of Korean agriculture due to the latter's inferior competitiveness. So current domestic production of wheat is less than 1% of total demand within South Korea. The second point is as indicated by my Brian Lander from the WFP, a lot of people who are affected by the conflicts, including the civil war, are exactly those who are suffering from the lack of foods and insufficient supply of nutrition. WFP's estimation says that it is more than 70% of people facing crisis or worse levels of acute food insecurity or living in conflict-affected areas. Quite a lot of them are from Africa, that is Somalia, Ethiopia, South Sudan, where food crises from conflicts are very frequent. Traditionally, Africa is not prioritized in Korea's ODA for the past period. In this year, 2020, in next year, 2023, the share of Africa is 18.9%, while Asia takes 37.7% of total ODA budget of Korea. The situation is not different when compared with the budget allocation in 2018, 5 years ago. Africa at the time took 18.3%. Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, MAFRA, started food aid in 2018 by providing 46 billion Korean won, that is about 35 million US dollar, and the amount is increased to be 71.66 billion Korean won. It's about 55 million US dollar in 2023 for the emergency food aid. It will be used to help reduce food crisis of the people in the conflict-hit areas through WFP. Korea's ODA budget increased so fast that the increased rate is top level among OECD donor countries. Korea is going to continuously expand its total ODA budget for the coming period. Compared with the aid share to be supplied to Africa region by other donor countries, it is recommended to increase the budget share for Africa in Korea's ODA. Also, Korean government promised to increase its ODA to the total GNI to 0.3% by 2030. Now the current level is the 0.15%. So the Korea should increase the ODA budget very, very fast to achieve the target. I think to increase the humanitarian aid through with the cooperation with the international organizations like the WFP, IFAD, or other organizations will be, very useful in effectively increasing the ODA budget of Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. He Jung. Talking about Korea's the food history, it dated back in 1950 and 1960, and then from recipient to donor, and then he talks about many statistical OD volumes, especially in food and Africa as well. I think he looks like a representative of Korean government. Talk about many very interesting picture of statistics. I think it is pretty good for Korean government to increase very rapidly sometimes scale up their OD volumes as of today. And then, yes, it is quite interesting to see that more cooperation will be made to international organizations in the future as well. I think this is a good sign to all of you. I'm not sure it will go to IFAD or WFP, but definitely we have working with the WFP, especially in Africa, especially in the food crisis in conflict areas. We are focusing on that region as well. Right now, we already finished 3 panelist comments, and then we have 10 minutes remain, fortunately. So I will give the comments one by one to 3 speakers as well, and then I will open the floor 1 or 2 questions. If you have questions, please make comments about it. So who will make? Yeah, Abdullah.
Thank you very much. I will be really brief to allow colleagues and people from the audience to chime in. Now, very quickly, I fully concur with Professor Young-Hoon Song that behavioral economics are important, but you need also to look into the duality of the actors in the rural space. They are consumers and producers at the same time. And so if they put the hat of a producer, they might make a bet on something, and if they change the hat to a producer, they make maybe a different bet. And I agree with you, it's not always rational. Usually what we try to do in IFAD is to ensure that we widen the scope of livelihood options. And whatever coping strategy a rural inhabitant, whether a producer or a consumer, will opt for, they need to have many options, and that would give him the ability to strike the good balance between being a producer and a consumer at the same time. And we try also to avoid the depletion of assets, because when a household is faced by food insecurity, they can be tempted to really get rid of their productive assets. And this is really not the situation we would like to have if we have to look into the long-term perspective. Now, going back to the 2 COCA representatives, I think ODA is insufficient, and it's unlikely to grow to a level where it would really be able to meet all the needs. Right now, the aggregate average of ODA among all the OECD donors is 0.33% of their GDP. I know I've learned that Korea is not at that point, but certainly we won't be able to achieve 0.7% the target. So there is a fact here. There isn't enough ODA. I think the way forward on how we use that ODA strategically to unlock other sources. And that's the challenge, I think. That's the challenge for all of us. There are many, many financial resources out there, private assets, pension funds, other multilateral funds. The bond market also is offering a lot of opportunities. And the idea of how this ODA patient, not risk-averse type of resources could be positioned to unlock those resources, to catalyze and to crowd in other instruments. And I think the risk profile of the ODA is interested in the sense that it can achieve that objective. And I think we should abandon the idea about relying on ODA just to address these crises. There isn't enough ODA. It won't be enough ODA because all the donors are facing issues. There is fiscal constraints, and there are a lot of competing needs. So I think the idea is how you, as a donor, as a bilateral, multilateral instruments or vehicles like IFAD, WFP, and others, could really work hand in hand to use ODA in a way to open up the space and open up other resources and crowding other resources and assemble finance because of this good nature of ODA being patient and being, open to risk and being long-term and being concessional. So all these attributes are really good. It allows us to go to the open market and get other resources and then blend them and combine them to bring impact at scale. I think that's the idea more than increasing the ODA, at least in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Small, for your invaluable comments. And then
I can be quick. I know we're running out of time,
yeah,
so I'll just comment on a couple of aspects. I really appreciate the presentation on the game theory and how that plays into our understanding of risk, and I think that's key. And I would relate it then to early warning, because if we're better able to understand how people are going to behave and react, perhaps our early warning gets better in terms of what we can do in advance. And I think what we've experienced is that early warning and preparedness measures are the least funded activity when it comes to humanitarian response. And yet we understand that when you do invest in early warning, it has a 10-fold, 20-fold return on your investment. And so anything that we can do to help enhance that early warning, understanding risk, I think is so important. So I agree with you there. Second, on sustainability, diversification, the comments made earlier on digital transformation as well. I think that all speaks to this need for multi-year funding, as you highlighted, and our ability to respond with confidence that we will have a sustained capacity to support communities. And so that multi-year funding is key. I would argue as well, and relating a bit to the last comment as well, is that the more unearmarked, the more broadly directed funding that we can receive allows us then to prioritize where we do see those most needs. And as you highlighted correctly, Africa today is a big concern, but it's not necessarily going to be always the biggest concern, and we need to have that flexibility built into how we respond. So I welcome those comments, and I welcome the increase that was mentioned, and we can only support that, but let's do it in a way that allows us to respond effectively and efficiently to those needs.
I have three reactions to the first presentation on the game theory. Everyone after the pandemic was vulnerable. That's what I heard from the field. Even the rich ones could not find food.
Oh, really?
Yes. So the reliance on agriculture, from what I've heard, has really increased. So the paradigm has shifted. It would be interesting to know from different regions of the world what happened as a consequence of COVID-19, as we are still all coming out of it. So yes, I think there's been an increased awareness and an increased reliance on self-production or production at local level, which we would like to look at, and maybe we can leverage on that to be more efficient in our delivery of aid, of international cooperation and humanitarian or development support. The second presenter, thank you so much. When I hear efficiency, I love that word. And I think one of the dimensions there, and we're a big promoter and big fan of farmer organizations, because without that kind of consolidation of collective action, our private sectors working with smallholder farmers cannot really work into supporting those food systems and market systems, which leads me to a third point on the market distortions. The market distortions are there if we do not monitor carefully the food security and the food availability at domestic level. So I think we need to step up our efforts in analyzing at national level, providing maybe some systems, leveraging on the MVAMs that are, for instance, where WFP, our colleagues from WFP are lead, but what other kind of collaboration with the Ministry of Health, Chambers of Commerce, Bureau of Statistics need to be put in place at national level to inform that kind of production level or import dependency that needs to be put in place. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Three speakers' comments is over. And right now we have 4 minutes remained, and 1 or 2 questions in the floor. if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and then no. Well, to make session 2 be smoothly moving, and I would like to level up this session a little comments from myself as well. As a development list for my whole life, I would like to say 3 things according to the comment presentations by speaker and 3 presented. The first is we must scale up. Scale up, I mean, not only volumes, but also the productivities as well, to meet food crisis as of today. Otherwise, there is really not threat, but in the level of crisis in the future. Therefore, we have to be, prepare in early systems, as Sri Speaker mentioned about their IFAD and the WFP talks about it, and we will prepare as of today. I think this is a scale up plus, scale up everything. Second, I would like to emphasize partnership. Partnership, I mean that this is not only bilateral and multilateral, but also we have many stakeholders, especially in agriculture. As you see that ODA is limited, as all of you mentioned it. We have we already recognize the limitation of the ODA. We have to find another stakeholder, for example, private sector, and many stakeholders get together by inputting their innovative idea into the open platform. And then it will increase productivity and everything, especially in the value chain of agriculture as well. Therefore, we have to be strengthened partnership. And third, I think we need more coordination. Coordination, I mean that as you see that the IFAD is working there very independently, and then they are working quite well. I know that. And also the WFP, they have their own working quite well in every area in crisis and in conflict. However, as one of priority of development is HTP nexus, humanitarian development and peace. Nexus is right now is required to have quite good productivity of the development. Therefore, I think in the crisis time as of today, we think about how to link with humanitarian aid, development, peace, as well as food security. I think there is very good time to think about it. Therefore, scale up, partnership, and then coordination, which I would like to emphasize once again, I think, and then you will also echo regarding of that. Thank you very much for your time, and then we will level up this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your active participation. In spite of the time limitation, in-depth discussion was carried out. Thank you very much. Please give them a big hand again. Thank you. All right, we'll wrap up the first session under the theme of conflicts of 2022 Global ODA Forum. And before we start the second session, we'll take a short break for like 20 minutes. So now it's 3:55. So we'll see you at 4:15 here. Thank you. Let's see you at 4:15. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? In a minute, we'll resume the forum with the second session under the theme of climate change. So please come inside and be seated. In a minute, we're going to resume the second session of the forum. So please come inside and be seated. We'll see you in a minute. Thank you. Now we'll begin the second session of the 2022 Global ODA Forum. As I mentioned, the main theme of this session is climate change, so I expect your active participation. Before we officially start the second session, we'll hear a keynote speech from Alvaro Ralio via video. He is the president of International Fund for Agricultural Development. Let's take a look.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me thank His Excellency Chung Hwan-kyung, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for this opportunity to speak today. When it comes to ending hunger and malnutrition, the world is moving backwards, not forward. There are many reasons, including underinvestment in food systems, which goes back many years. There is also the ongoing impact of climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic, which is far from over. More recent contributors are the war in Ukraine and soaring inflation. These issues are all connected, but today I wanted to focus on climate change. We have reached a tipping point. Extreme weather is now harming food production. Even if the world got serious about climate action today, we must expect more droughts and floods. As always, it is the poor people in the rural areas who are hit the hardest. What will happen if we don't act? There are three potential outcomes that worry me. First, because of droughts, there could be less water to grow food. This means less food production. Second, there could be more competition and conflict over resources. This means more migration and instability. And third, even if farmers on good land could experience climate shocks, these shocks could lead to food shortages and higher prices for food. All these outcomes lead to less food security and diminished livelihoods. For more than 40 years, IFAD has worked with the poorest and most vulnerable people, including smallholder farmers. We know that when crisis strikes, they're often the first to suffer. That's why IFAD has pioneered integrated approaches to climate change. Through our flagship Adaptation to Smallholder Agriculture Program, or ASAP, we tackle multiple issues at the same time, from environmental degradation and biodiversity loss to poverty, food insecurity, and malnutrition. ASAP has reached 6 million vulnerable producers in 41 countries. In Mali, ASAP provides smallholder farmers with access to renewable energy. Farmers are now using low-cost portable biogas systems to convert waste into energy. That means less firewood used for cooking and less deforestation, which in turn makes people less exposed to floods and droughts. But we need to do more. Over the next 3 years, we are devoting 40% of our core resources to climate action. And 90% of these projects will help the most vulnerable adapt to a changing climate. Our goal is to increase the resilience of 28 million people and to assemble more development finance for climate adaptation from new partners, including the private sector. In addition, by 2030, at least 30% of our climate finance will support nature-based solutions. This could be reforestation or planting ground cover, for example, instead of tilling. Of course, IFAD does not work alone. we depend heavily on partners like the Republic of Korea. Korea has been a key contributor to IFAD's climate action work through ASAP. IFAD and Korea have also been working together on innovative technology to improve rural livelihoods, strengthen links to markets, and build opportunities for the next generation. Imagine, for example, if farmers could learn more about climate-smart agriculture. It could advance livelihoods, it could increase resilience, and it could help farmers with both climate change mitigation and with adaptation. IFAD and Korea are now exploring how to build on this work. Today's challenges are all interconnected. The best way to tackle them is by working together, just as IFAD and Korea are doing, to make an even greater difference in the lives of small-scale producers. I am confident today's session will bring together some of the best thinking and actions in order to find better ways of enhancing global food security and working towards zero hunger. Thank you very much.
We heard a keynote speech from Alvaro Lario for the second session of this forum. His statement was really impressive, but at the same time very sad. He said, the world is moving backward, not forward. Yes, we agree with that. And we're facing a lot of current problems, and climate change is the one of the most serious problems among them. So today we hope that we can discuss on this issue and find a way to solve this problem. All right, our keynote speaker is from the International Fund for Agricultural Development. So we'd like to watch a short introductory video clip of International Fund for Agricultural Development. Let's take a look at the video clip.
Natural disaster, climate change, failed harvests, a global pandemic. For more than 40 years, IFAD has helped small-scale producers weather the worst shocks, improve incomes, and feed their families. IFAD is currently helping 128 million poor rural people across the world. From digging wells to planting forests, from building roads to re-greening ecosystems, empowering women and young people, supporting the rights of indigenous groups. We provide tools and training. We help farmers and producers gain the knowledge and resources they need to sustain their communities. IFAD fights poverty and hunger, and our mission is now more important than ever.
All right, now we're going to invite our presenters of the second session. First, Sergei Joria will give us a presentation on modernizing soil testing for green growth in Uzbekistan. He's the lead agricultural economist in Europe and Central Asia region of World Bank. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you very much for inviting the World Bank to participate in this very important forum, and also to present the successful partnership between the Korean institutions and the Ministry of Agriculture of Uzbekistan, which the World Bank supports and facilitates. The climate change affects all countries around the world. I cannot imagine the temperatures we observe today in Seoul. I don't remember such hot November in this part of the world. Uzbekistan is also affected, and soil testing and soil health is considered to be one of the tools to help farmers to adapt to this climate change. This is the joint, let me actually go back. This is a joint presentation with Dr. Yiseul Kim from Rural Development Administration, who is today in the audience. I will start the presentation with talking about the concept of the green growth in Uzbekistan, which is a relatively new concept for that country. Then I'll talk about the state of affairs on soil testing and how the World Bank supports the government reforms in this area. Then I will present the partnership with the RDA, with Rural Development Administration, supported by Korean Green Growth Trust Fund, and conclude with several takeaways. For someone who doesn't know the geography and location where Uzbekistan is, there is a map, small map on the right side. The concept of the green growth is relatively new for Uzbekistan, the same as in many developing countries, and we're actually learning a lot from a more established concept of the green growth in Korea. Those who follow the developments in Uzbekistan would know that few years ago, Uzbekistan was the country with the state-planned economy, especially in agriculture. The state order system obliged farmers to produce certain crops, especially cotton and wheat, and with the significant cost, especially to the environment. The environmental footprint of agricultural production in Uzbekistan has been pretty high. I highlight this period in the box with red color. The reform started in 2017, very recently, and during this period until 2021, the most important was the adaptation of the progressive long-term agricultural development strategy from 2020 to 2030. It's actually very ambitious for that country to move from planning economy to the market economy. And where that strategy recognized that the past growth model was not successful and had to be replaced by something else, by the model which is less harmful to environment and better suited for the future of the country. I highlight that period in the light green. On this screen it looks more like blue. And right now we are in the third period, 2021-2022, green period I call it, where the government seeks to green the transition to market economy. And it developed green growth strategy. It's adopted strategy. And the Ministry of Agriculture started many investments in the public institutions which are critical for implementation of this strategy. And also many donors and development partners internalized green growth as the part of their engagement in Uzbekistan. The World Bank has recently concluded its new country partnership framework with the government of Uzbekistan for the next 5 years. And green growth is one of the 4 pillars of our engagement in the next 5 years. 5 years ago, this was not even mentioned in our country partnership strategy. And I can see more attention to the green growth and to sustainable development, similarly to all development partners in recent years. Better quality and more cost-effective soil testing are considered among the key solutions to green growth in agriculture. The agricultural sector in Uzbekistan is large for the national economy in terms of the GDP and in terms of the jobs created. So getting its moving can bring about significant benefits. But the main challenge is to move from the past approaches of controlling the land use and telling farmers what to produce, how to produce, achieve production targets. Uzbekistan a couple of years ago was probably one of the few countries left in the world where the government set the production targets to produce cotton and wheat. So the challenge is how to move from that controlled and planning system to a system where the government provides services and have the competent public institutions to provide services to the smallholders. In the past, too little attention was paid to the soil fertility management, resulting in high land degradation and salinity. Farmers didn't have access to detailed, up-to-date information on their soils, fertilizer recommendation were more at the wholesale level, not taking into account the heterogeneity of soil plots the farmers operate. Uzbekistan didn't have advisory services until 2021, so it's relatively a new development. And you can see the example of the result of such mismanagement on the right side, which is the graph which shows you the wheat production in the blue columns, which is essentially stagnant in the last 7 years. And you see the red line is the population growth, and population growth in Uzbekistan at 2% a year. And so you can see the significant mismatch and lagging agricultural productivity from the population growth. Luckily, the situation has changed and rapidly improving. Uzbekistan is really on the forefront of many reforms. It's catching up with with many other countries in the region. Many countries in the region made the major reform in the 90s. While Uzbekistan, I was based in that country from 2018 to 2021, and I'm Ukrainian national. I'm from Ukraine. So it remind me in 2018, that country remind me my country maybe 1993, 1994. So Uzbekistan is really catching up quickly, but it's just still very far from where they want to be to catch up with the rest of the region. But anyway, there are many positive developments. The agricultural development strategy initiated reforms and modernization of agriculture, including public institutions. The Ministry of Agriculture established Land Management Department, which coordinate the works on soil fertility and host the Soil Information System and the National Soil Testing Laboratory. The Agricultural Advisory Services are established as the part of the Agricultural Knowledge and Innovation Systems. And agricultural digitalization picked up across many areas. 5 years ago, that was not, there was not the department in the Ministry of Agriculture responsible for digitalization, but now it drives a lot of processes and a lot of programs in Uzbekistan. The World Bank supports the agricultural reforms in Uzbekistan. In 2020, the Ministry of Agriculture launched the World Bank financed agriculture modernization project with a total amount of $500 million to finance many programs, including agricultural knowledge and innovation systems with research and advisory services and soil testing. In the late 2019, the Korean Green Growth Trust Fund, which is hosted by the World Bank. So the secretariat by that Korean Green Growth Trust Fund approved the technical assistance to Uzbekistan to promote soil testing and the soil management with the budget of $500,000. That technical assistance has been very useful for us in the World Bank to generate knowledge in order to influence strategies and plans regarding soil fertility management and soil testing, but also to inform the investments by the Agriculture Modernization Project. This is one of these examples where a really small TA of $500,000 leveraged multi-million-dollar investments financed by the World Bank. That TA has been also important to raise awareness about pre-requirements needed to adopt a more innovative tools for soil testing, access climate finance based on carbon capturing by soils, as well as what does it mean to have the integrated approach to soil testing. In my job, I observe very often when the countries jump to something innovative, soil scans, spectroscopic soil scans it's called, but they need the infrastructure, and many companies or providers or the donors offer quick solutions sometimes, which are not which are not sustainable in the long run, because many private companies who provide soil testing, these soil testing are based on fee services, and when it's done at the company level, it's fine, but when it's done in the country level, the soil scans which are based on the database somewhere outside of the country is just not sustainable. And so it's this technical assistance. When the World Bank and my team applied for the technical assistance on innovative soil testing in Uzbekistan, we actually wanted to jump immediately into very innovative things without really understanding the basics of many preconditions are to be created at the public institutions level, at the information level, at the skills level, in order for these things to function even with the traditional soil testing tools. Moving to the next level requires a lot of work. But let me now talk about the partnership with the Rural Development Administration, which help us to move to the next level. And I would like to start by saying that Korean experience, knowledge, and approaches are highly relevant for Uzbekistan and other countries in Central Asia. I'm based in Vienna now, but from 2018 to 2021, I was based in Tashkent, and I could hear a lot in Uzbekistan about the relevance and interest of Korean experience. This is because in agriculture, it relates to the role of the state in supporting small farms. I think how the government see the role of the state, what programs to finance, which programs leave to the public sector and to the private sector, resonate well with many countries in Central Asia, and they look on the experiences in Korea. Also, what resonates is these questions and the Korean experience of how to overcome natural resource constraints in the green manner. Korean Green Growth Trust Fund has been instrumental for us to identify the partners and support knowledge exchange with Korean institutions. The booklet on the right side is this one, was developed by the Korean Green Growth Secretariat, and it contains information about agricultural public institutions in Korea, about the history, but also what different institutions do and what is their skills and experiences. And it has been very useful. We use it a lot in the World Bank to reach out to Korean institutions when we have potential for collaboration. The Secretariat helped us to organize a virtual knowledge exchange in 2020 when we couldn't travel because of the COVID. But that was very useful at that time to identify Rural Development Administration as the key partner with relevant experience in agricultural research, advisory services, soil testing, and digitalization. Since then, the RDA team visited Uzbekistan almost 1 year ago in November 2021. And the team from Uzbekistan Ministry of Agriculture visited RDA in Korea in August 2022 with the study tour. I will show you the slide which started collaboration between Ministry of Agriculture and RDA. This is the National Soil Information System in Korea. And it has been the aspiration for our engagement in Uzbekistan. The relationship with RDA has essentially started from this slide, and we continue our collaboration to help Uzbekistan to get there, to have the integrated system in place from research to extension services and to farmers to really improve the soil testing, to be meaningfully powerful, to change their attitude to the use of the fertilizers, and to significantly increase productivity in the environmentally sustainable manner. I will show you this slide where about the study tour of Uzbek team from Ministry of Agriculture to RDA in August. I will not go through the details, but I wanted to list the technical topics the study tour covered. which shows the complexity and many technical areas to be addressed to establish integrated digital well-functioning soil information and soil testing system. Don't underestimate the work it takes to establish this kind of system and the sustainable level for the country to use and to have the impact on their agriculture. And now in the last slide with several takeaways, I see many global initiatives, as I say now, on the soil health, which try to build agricultural soil information systems and system for soil testing, and pilots on carbon finance in developing countries. Based on our engagement in Uzbekistan, I should say that getting this done requires resources, time, and effort. We are only, after 2 years, we are still in the very beginning, I should say, of our journey in Uzbekistan. This is not the area with quick fixes. In Uzbekistan, in the next year, we will focus on building more integrated system for efficient soil testing services and soil information system to prepare the basis to move to the next level, to more innovative soil scans and access to climate finance in the future. As I said, one of the lessons learned is that in Central Asia and in Uzbekistan particularly, Korean experience is very much welcome and sought to. I saw that the government at the very high level listens to that experience. So it's not only information, but information for action. But you also need to know that you compete with others. And also Korean institutions need to be proactive to be part of that international dialogue. Because Korea, in spite of its relevance, is not the only country which has the relevant experience. And the World Bank will continue to support and facilitate the links between our client countries and public institutions and the private sector when it's needed. In the World Bank mainly works with the public sector, but we have 2 instruments in the World Bank. We have financed by Korean government. We have Korean Green Growth Trust Fund, and we have Korean World Bank Partnership Trust Fund. And these trust funds are useful mechanisms for us to bring more knowledge from Korean public institutions to work with our clients. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. As I pointed out, Uzbekistan is undergoing transition from a state-led to market economy, and it's facing climate crisis directly. So his suggestion was really meaningful. Thanks very much. All right, now we're going to invite Aaron Dreyer, the head of partnerships of GGGI. The theme of his presentation is the government role in promoting climate-smart agriculture. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, MAFRA, for the invitation. In the prior panel, in the last session, we heard a little bit about the limits of ODA and that the consensus is clearly that ODA is not enough funds, not enough money to address the problems and challenges that we confront. Everyone also knows that private investment is necessary, and combined with ODA and also public funding is what's necessary to address agricultural challenges. In the keynote speech, we heard a little bit about smallholder farmers, and so I'm glad that we heard that was the first time we heard about smallholder farmers, which are the majority of agents that are undertaking agriculture in the world and some of the challenges that they face. In the last presentation, we also heard about green growth and its concepts and how green growth is helping one and many other countries address agricultural challenges. So in GGGI, what I'm going to talk to you a little bit about is how GGGI supports governments to not only channel private investment, but also redirect public investment, which is also of great quantity to address agricultural challenges. So GGGI, for those of you that are not familiar, is an international organization based here in Seoul. Since the making of this presentation, we actually have one more member countries. We have 45 member countries around the world. GGGI is an independent intergovernmental organization that works in an embedded fashion with our member governments to support their mission and our mission to develop and implement green growth policy and investments. The unique delivery model that we have is that we physically sit within ministries, and this allows us to be responsive to changing priorities and also to have a closer look at government programs and how our projects can link with government programs and how we can redirect and direct public investment to address the challenges that you've already been hearing about. Some of the colleagues in the presentation and the panel before spoke a bit about smallholders, but I'll highlight some of the challenges that we're going to address also in the presentation. As everyone knows, in most of the countries that we're discussing, smallholder agriculture and the agricultural sector employs an outsized number of people. But the production unit is also often very small, and smallholders confront a series of challenges that make it difficult for them to be inserted properly in the market. The first and fundamental element is secure land tenure. We all know that smallholders often lack secure land tenure. And this is often due to policies that either marginalize or don't recognize the role of smallholders in agriculture properly. They're often not members of associations and cooperatives. In the panel before, we heard about the importance of farmer groups. The fact is, in many countries, many farmers are not grouped into farmer groups, and this makes it difficult to provide them equitable access to markets. As we also heard, they don't have access to innovative and economical technology to improve productivity. They're not aware of resource-efficient practices, which we also heard a little bit about. And importantly, they're often excluded from public budgets and government programs that allow them to receive incentives, financial and otherwise, to manage the land in a sustainable manner. In the last presentation, we heard about how green growth is supporting one aspect of agriculture in Uzbekistan. If we sort of take a step back and look at how green growth approach supports these challenges, we can see that if we look on the left-hand side, as was highlighted by my colleague in the prior presentation, often policies are designed with assumptions that are conducive to homogeneous land use on the part of smallholders. But we know in practice that this doesn't occur this way. There's often multiple use on land. Land tenure schemes are often based on titling, whose requirements may be very high or out of reach of many smallholders. Market access initiatives often are focused on more sophisticated organizations that may already have market access, or they don't address the sort of fundamental business management issues that groups face. As we mentioned before, technology is often receives focus on the government that may be higher in capital expenses or may be sophisticated to use. Technical assistance by government programs is often intensive in labor from ministries of agriculture, which makes it interesting in the short term, but difficult to sustain in the medium and the long term. And government budgeting and incentive programs often don't provide specific programs for smallholders, and they're normally for larger groups. Clearly, there are many exceptions to what I'm saying on the left-hand side, but this tends to be a trend among most conventional agricultural policy. If we compare that to green growth policy, on the right-hand side, basically we see the opposite trend, where we recognize the heterogeneous land use. We try to have more flexible or intimate arrangements for smallholders in order to have secure land tenure. We focus on attractiveness of markets for smallholders and how they can become members of farmer groups. Also try to lower capital expenses for more localized technology that can be used easily by smallholders. And also models that train trainers and other community leaders in order to expand and replicate agricultural practices. And finally, we seek to have specific programs that target smallholders and provide them incentives as a group. So I'm going to quickly take you through some examples of how GGGI as an organization supports its member governments to address some of these challenges. In Peru, we have a project that addresses land tenure for smallholder farmers, many of whom do not have secure land tenure in Peru. by promoting a flexible instrument that is not a title but an interim step to a title called agroforestry concessions. This allows smallholders to be inserted into markets, and with a concession, they hold a concession instead of a title, which is normally a requirement for incentive programs and credit programs. So the objective of this project is not only to promote concessions, but to include them as part of government incentive programs and also credit programs. Also in Peru, with respect to private financing and some of the discussions prior, we're supporting the government to develop with the Green Climate Fund a mechanism to provide specific financing to smallholders and eco-bio businesses to support results-based payment for agroforestry and forest-based agricultural goods in Peru. So this is an example of how we can use government and public budgeting to also leverage other kinds of climate financing to benefit smallholders. In terms of climate-smart agriculture, we're all aware of the challenges and the drivers that create issues for smallholders that are in the text box at the top. GGGI, as an international organization, seeks with member governments to examine the different drivers within each member country in terms of policy tools, regulations, capacity, look at the development of business models, demonstration of pilot projects, and mobilizing finance. In each country, the challenges are a bit different, and the enabling environment requires different levers to be pulled. So GGGI seeks with each government to have tailor-made programs that address the issues. And my colleague, Dr. Male Fofana, actually in the next presentation, will talk about some of these business models that we develop. So here in the last two slides, I'm just going to give you two quick examples of how we promote some of the easy to maintain low-tech technology to benefit smallholders in Africa. You can see here in terms of some of the results, not only deploying solar-powered irrigation, but also looking at business models to interest private investment in solar-powered irrigation to upscale investment. And we have targets that include not only smallholder benefit and investment, but also the use of improved technology. And the same thing also in Senegal for rice production. Again, a similar structure where we look at solar irrigation and also developing business models to upscale private investment. So with that, I will now pass it to my colleague, Dr. Male Fofana, to discuss in depth about some of those business models. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. As I mentioned, in many developing countries, smallholder farmers are the key actors in agricultural sector. So the government and the public sectors should care about them in making policy and putting budgets as well. It was really impressive. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to invite Male Fofana, the Director for Africa and Head of the Programs of GGGI. He will give us a presentation on agricultural business models in response to climate change. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. And also thank you also for the invitation. I think we're glad to present our work as a GGI and what we see as a business model when it comes to climate change. So we all know that there is a lot of trends when it comes to climate change, and this will be multiplied by X in the coming years when it comes to number of poverty, extreme poverty in the countries, and also population will go to close to 1 billion people in 2050. But I think most of the things is just also the natural disaster bill, which is quite expensive and becoming more and more, let's say, large in a certain way that we can have a financial mechanism in place to resolve and anticipate those issues. We also know that humankind is also part of it 100% when it's come to planet warming. But its most difficult part is that the fact that we have, the burning of fossil fuel really, impacting our human system. And if our human system is impacting, this also reduce our water security, food production, health, and also well-being in infrastructure. And that's what we're really currently living at this moment. But with that said, it's not about just numbers or infrastructure, it's also about people. There's a lot of change happening just this year, right? When it's come to climate change and its impact. When you look at the Pakistan, where you have 33 million people moving from one region to another due to flood. When you go to Nigeria, the first time they have this kind of impact when it's come to flood as well. And this person in the middle, Charles, losing whole his production when it's come to agriculture due to lack of water. So those people are impacted by climate change, but also due to the fact that our human system is really hitting and impacting by the way we proceed. But it's growing, not only in Africa, in Asia too. And that creates droughts, floods, create also displacement from one part of the world to another part, create conflict, but also stress on existing infrastructure that support agriculture, but also conflict in a certain region. So it means we'll not avoid those things that is coming. It's about now how we can prepare to just observe and just making sure that we have the right responses in terms of mechanism and risk management that's linked to that. And those kind of infrastructure, as I rightly put, is really quite important. We talk about 3.4 billion people that are the highly vulnerable people when it's come to climate change, and most of them rely on agriculture. So it means that impact is quite intensive. But not only people in the sense that when you go to the infrastructure itself, which is the backbone of agriculture, we talk about recently communication, we talk about water irrigation system, but the forecast in terms of damage of climate change is about 300 billion for 2030, and an increase for 25% in terms of forecast. So it's becoming more and more important that we look in different angles how we can make our current infrastructure more resilient, can support agriculture in a certain way. And I go more in details on a couple of things I hear also in this morning. We talk about roads. We talk about also wireless infrastructure, because we hear a lot of digital transformation. But without a proper resilient infrastructure when it's come to wireless, it's not be possible to have the digital transformation. And it means that we need to also think ahead on the ecosystem, how we can make sure our infrastructure that's supporting the agriculture itself are really good. Similar thing on solar power plant as well, and as well as economic zone. So it means that the approach needs to be really holistic. And mostly when you go on the deep dives and looking very closely, we realize that most of the LDC countries are really the most vulnerable when it comes to infrastructure hazard and exposure. And that hit all these things that link to food security, also linked to extreme poverty, but also they do not have the capacity to adapt themselves on that particular aspect. So what about our current infrastructure that's supporting agriculture? We just realized that the cost of the maintenance of the current structuration of infrastructure that is the backbone of agriculture costs about between 300 to 600 billion per year for low-income and middle countries for just maintenance of that because of climate impact. That's quite a lot. So if countries are managing maintenance of the current classic infrastructure to support agriculture and trying to rebuild and increase the yield or the climate resilience, that's a lot they deal with. And we're expecting that will be 10 times higher by 2100. So agriculture infrastructure need to be looked at very details on the transportation side, which is quite important when the planning, making sure that we're not building a road where we see in the next 10 years there will be flooding, and just having that anticipation on that. The second, on the water supplies and sewage disposal as well, and education and facility. Most of the time when we talk about agriculture, especially for infrastructure, we focus on, let's say, the fixed asset, the build asset. But the human asset is quite important because those two go together. By building the infrastructure, you have to think about the people who will manage that infrastructure to really integrate in making the well use of that, mostly at the national level, but also at the local level. And the communication system. We hear a lot about how digital can transform agriculture in the coming years, but also how the communication system can be built enough to be more resilient, adaptive for agriculture as well. So it's about making sure that we know that the agriculture has changed over the time, and it will change in the future. So it's about changing the paradigm of the way we see agriculture itself. Not only now seeing agriculture as a standalone sector, but how they can work with other sectors like infrastructure, housing, health, communication as well, but also bringing the private sector on board to come up with something that linked to that. We know that's impact on this value chain and production when it's come to crops, weedings, fertilizing, irrigation, crop protection, but also the fact of the climate change happening, there's a lot of destroyers crops, but also more time for spending weeding and other stuff that's linked to it. So what we need to do to make sure that we have a current business model that can help to be more resilient. I think one is just making sure how we can build a system or infrastructure that can give us the ability to anticipate. That's quite important. The second thing is how we can build a business model that can create the ability to adapt regarding the current circumstances. And the third one is just how we can build the ability to absorb the climate shock. I think that's three elements quite important when we build a system around agriculture to integrate the three elements, because we have to think about how we can build resilient through infrastructure, but also how we build resilient of infrastructure as well, because infrastructure can help farmers to be really resilient and adapted to the climate change, but also infrastructure need also to be resilient enough to absorb those kind of things. And I'll go more in detail on that one. So ability to anticipate, I hear this morning about early warning system. It is quite important that we have a good early warning system that collect the right data, give the information data in the digestible way to help the farmers to anticipate the act in a certain way. So it means that data need to be provided, not only for the farmers, but also from the private sector perspective at the national level. We hear sometimes some countries, they build like a wireless communication facility and there's a flood. Now the question is how we can move that wireless facility to another sector to just support the communication system. Similar things on the type of risk. What are the risks that are coming? How we can put some mitigation strategy about the risk. Either there can be a de-risk mechanism linked to the financial sector, kind of have a guarantee fund, or de-risk mechanism that can be the saving side from the farmer's perspective, or kind of incentive that come from the government side as well. The other element is ability to adapt to themselves. Recently, I was in Burkina Faso and I was discussing with one farmer. And one of the things he just mentioned is he said, I just want like a solar irrigation system, but I don't want a fixed one. I don't want to build one. I want a solar irrigation system that I can move with, a mobile one. And the reason why he was saying that is that for security purpose, that's one. And second is just how we can have something really nimble that he can just pick and put on his bike and go to another area to just do the irrigation like he wants. So that's also need to how we can adapt, the technology itself, but also how we can help the farmers to just put some practices on the particular element to be just resilient when it comes to climate change. And the last one is ability to absorb after the shock. When the climate impact the farmers, what are the type of mechanism that is in place to help the farmers to really absorb the shock? Do they have enough saving in place? Do we have a climate risk insurance that can help on that on the farmer's perspective? At the country level, do they have a national financial vehicle? And that's where we talk about the role of ODA as blending finance. How we can use $1 ODAs to attract more $14 or $20 that come from the private sector through blending finance. Having some proper financial mechanism that can be basket fund, trust fund, or de-risk mechanism or guarantee fund that can be absorbed the first risk coming from that part element. And that's what we're doing in certain regions. So globally, what we have, this couple of countries that we work on adaptation planning and also linked to supporting climate smart agriculture. We use ODA to mobilize up close to $7 billion, which is mean that we use $1 to just go for $14 in terms of accelerating that like as a catalytic fund to increase more the use of the funding for more impact. But also we cover 24 countries from climate smart agriculture, agroforestry, making sure that we have the business model. And the fact that we embedded with the government help us really to have a way of doing these things. And I'll go very quickly on two models that we're using, but we have the best practice hub, and the second one is vegetable technology immersion cluster. What I would like to emphasize here is that the sharing of best practice within the community is quite important to reduce the risk. And also linking to research, and I can go more in detail on that. This is the model that we have that was in Burkina Faso, that we have a solar pumping system. But the way this model is built is that you start with what you call the village community, where you have research center, but also youth community, and also you have training session, so training of trainers. And we look around between 5 to 10 located village around the 10 to 15 kilometers, and trying to build some speculation in each of the village, what we call the eco-village, and trying to build a community around by training them, but also sharing the risk among them. So we just make sure that one village can support other village in terms of crops to reduce that risk a certain way. And they will learn from that perspective to create the ecosystem that can help to reduce the risk from that person. So I think it's quite important to think about the sharing community, the best practice, and what we're trying to do as well. Project that we have in Senegal on this climate smart agriculture sustainable value chain with MAFRA on the rice sector, trying to integrate that element going to improving the harvest, but also provision of financial services, as well as creation of green jobs and green business around employment. So with that say, I will say thank you, and thanks also for inviting us for this particular forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. As he pointed out, infrastructure which supports agriculture will need to change in the future. I think all of us agree with that, and we should work on that too. Thank you very much for your impressive speech. Okay, now we'd like to take a short break to set up the discussion session. So see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, now we'll begin the second session, the discussion session of the second session under the theme of climate change. Climate change is getting more serious every day, and the world has to do something right now. So we're expecting the in-depth discussion. All right, first I'd like to introduce our chairperson, Jin-Yang Choi, the professor of the Department of Landscape, Architecture, and Rural Systems Engineering of Seoul National University. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you, and we'd like to introduce our panelists as well. Sergi Joria, the lead architectural agricultural economist in Europe and Central Asia region from World Bank. Let's give him a big hand. Thank you. And we have Aaron Dreyer, the head of partnerships from GGGI. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. And we have Malle Fofana, the director for Africa and head of programs from GGGI. Please give him a big hand. Thank you. And we have Eunmi Hong, the professor, the Department of Environmental Science of Gangwon National University. Please give her a big hand. Thank you so much for joining us. And we have Jae-pil Cho, the researcher from Integrated Water Resources Management Institute. Please give him a big hand. Thank you. And we have Won-ho Nam, the professor of Department of Social Safety and Systems Engineering of Hangyang National University. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. Okay, now we'd like to turn our attention to our chairperson. Please take it away.
Okay, thank you. Actually, in this session is related about the climate change. As you know, that the climate change is the kind of cross-cutting issue all around sectors. So even though the main topic of this forum is about food and nutrient security, but I'd like to little bit focus on the climate change topic in this session. Also, we have very good presentation and valuable presentation from three presenters from World Bank and GGGIs. And then also we invited three discussion panels. And as I know, those panels are very good experience in the climate change sector. So maybe I really hope to get really good discussion in this session. As you know, in 2022, we have a catastrophic experience due to climate change in Pakistan and Europe, China, actually all around the world. Also, as you know, this climate change is very impact on the developing countries, and agriculture itself is also very vulnerable as well, because agriculture is very dependent on the climate and the weather conditions. And so as you know, the 13th SDG is a climate action. So I think this climate change issue is very important and is very good topic to discuss in this session. So I'd like to move on to the discussion, because as I know, we have very limited time for discussion. So from the left, from the audience, Professor Hong, yeah, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eun-mi Hong. I'm an assistant professor at Gangwon National University. Actually, I majored in agricultural engineering, working for the agricultural water management, and now I'm working for the agriculture and water environment in Korea. So firstly, I'd like to thank for having me here, giving me a chance to one of the panel for this session. And also I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the three speakers for the amazing presentation today. So in the past, actually the agriculture developed with more focus on the food, the crop production. But now a little bit changing and expanding the role for agriculture. The agriculture is linked with various social issues, such as economy, the conflict, climate change, and food security, along with the sustainable development goals. In this background, as Professor Choi mentioned, the UN adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and it's 17 interlinked in 2015. The SDGs include humanities, social, scientific issues to move towards a sustainable society from no poverty to climate action and life on land, etc. In addition, the agriculture sector is also affected by climate change and crises such as drought, floods, and storms, etc., and is striving for a sustainable society, adaptation, and overcoming the climate change. And today's presentation by three speakers made us think about the partnership, the developed country with the Korea, so especially for Uzbekistan, for soil management and several additional possible collaboration. And from the second speakers, the establishment and operation of agricultural governance in line with the changing agriculture productivity, specifically in GGGI, and agricultural business models in response to climate change, and about finding ways to collaborate in international development for food security and nutrition in a changing climate environment. And today, I'm going to discuss more about some issues in terms of agriculture, the production, war with climate change. As all you know, human civilization began with water and developed with water and changed with water as well. We developed irrigation systems for agriculture in the basins of large rivers to increase agricultural production and civilized by the controlling water. At the same time, the history of human civilization has been the history of the struggle with water. In response to the natural challenges of river flooding and extreme drought, mankind has developed civilization throughout the process of controlling and using water. But in particular, for example, the dry-up issue, the RC, for example, was a representative case that shows that it is important for us to pay attention to the climate change and maintain the sustainable agricultural activities. In the conflict between the agriculture and the civilization and crop production, etc. And we're currently experiencing the climate change and resulting the agriculture environmental problems which have come to us as challenges. In addition, climate disasters such as the floods, droughts, and typhoons caused by climate change are not limited to the specific regions, but occur frequently throughout the world. Do you remember the theme for World Water Day in 2019? It was leaving no one behind, water anytime, anywhere to anyone. Water that should be fair to all. The climate change and its impacts have turned water into a potentially renewable resource rather than a renewable resources for us, which has led to changes in agricultural productivities and changes in the agricultural environment. Actually, this is not just a matter of the 21st century and nowadays, the issue for the nowadays. Already in the 1956, from the Silent Spring of the Rachel Carson, warns of the water the unsuitable for human consumptions, as well as agricultural water, due to overleveraging of man's most important resources and inadequate use of potential water. But how about we are currently experiencing the same conflict and same niche as in 1956. And now I think it's worsened under the climate change. Although water is important in all aspects of our lives and production, and water and its environmental crisis are becoming issues, and the sustainable use of the water, we are experiencing water scarcity together. And climate change has made these impacts even worse. Now in water resource problems and international conflicts with the climate change has caused more problems such as water shortage, extreme droughts, food shortage, and etc. Particularly in Korea, drought and flood, also the infectious disease are seen as future disasters and damages that will increase the risk due to the climate change. It is predicted that this will cause problems such as soaring grain prices and food security. In addition, water-related infectious diseases in agricultural watershed caused by flood, abnormal climates, and the increase in non-poisonous pollutions are also areas we should pay attention to together. And I think this is not only for the Korean problem. As the three presenters already mentioned in their presentation, water and some agricultural issues are very closely related to climate change, and the availability of the water and our resources decrease because of the many issues, the severe worldwide issues due to the climate change. In addition, in the loss of the forest wetlands also will affect biodiversity loss, agriculture, and some threat-based human rights and entire ecosystems. So water also hold the key to solving the climate change crisis, I think. A winning approach to water and the climate change, the response contribute to achieving the goal for SDG and for such as hunger, poverty, health, energy, and agriculture are issues in our field. Agriculture is the field that is highly dependent on weather, along with the nature, and is very sensitive to climate change. So it is important not only to strengthen the agricultural rural resilience and improve environmental services through some agricultural environmental management, but also to secure the sustainability and strengthen capacity through agriculture governance in the agricultural environment. So I think with the linking among the governance, intergovernmental organization, and stakeholder, we will be succeed in to make some governance and the adaptation, the strategies for climate change in agriculture sector. So I think today's forum it's a good challenge to think about the climate change, agriculture, and the directions we should go together in the future. So thank you for inviting me to this great forum today. It's a great honor to meet experts who embracing the world and pioneering for the future, especially in agricultural sector, the related issues. And I'm looking forward to meeting you in other forum or meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hong. Actually, she talked about some overall impact of climate change on agriculture, especially for social and economics. And mainly, she talked about some water problems due to climate change. And as you know, the water is the very basic resource for agriculture. Not only for agriculture, actually. Actually, our whole life depends on water resources. And she also talking about some ecosystems impact due to climate change. And finally, she mentioned about some resilience and some importance of infrastructures. I think Dr. Bofana and also Dr. Dreyer talking about some importance of the infrastructures, also government role for maintaining the kind of control and adapt and response to the climate change. I think that's very good discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Hong. Let me move to Professor Cho. Dr. Cho, yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Jaepil Cho. Actually, I'm working director of the Integrated Watershed Management Institute in Korea, but previously I worked at the APEC Climate Center in Busan. I just want to share some experience during the last 10 years because the climate change is very actually hot issues in the world, but in my actual opinion, we are actually not using much actual information for our decision making. So actually based on the presentation slide, actually on your the actually hands up, I want to talk about some toward user-centered the climate services for actually water and food resource management, something like that. Actually, the climate change is very sensitive to the agriculture, especially some productivities and the water management. So I want to share some experience. So based on the slide, actually the slide, actually the climate change has can be influenced by other SDGs, sustainable goal, development goal, but actually it has a direct and indirect impact on the other some SDGs, for example, food security and the water and some energy, something like that. But in order to actually handle some actually prepare for the climate changes, actually be prepared for the adaptation, climate change adaptation. Maybe we are familiar with some actually climate information, for example, weather forecasting. In my smartphone, the first page is weather forecast information. Every day, actually, we check that the weather forecasting. And someone here, maybe some researchers, be involved in used some climate change scenario, very decades actually scale the projection for our actual supporting decision making. But we are not familiar with several actually forecasting information. Maybe that forecasting information can be useful decision making in our actual real world. So maybe someone actually heard about the S2S and seasonal forecast information, and that kind of forecast information gives some actually forecast information for several months in advance. So we can use that information for our actual decision making, especially for the agriculture sector. So, but there are some big gaps between the climate scientists and our some water resources manager and agriculture manager. So that's the problem. As the expert in agriculture sector, I want to use that kind of climate information, but I don't know how to use. Most of the actual experts don't know how to use that climate information. So that's the reason we need to think about the platform-based approaches for delivering that user-oriented information to the specific users in different sector, different area. So that's what I want to deliver, actually, the talk about within this session. In order to deliver that information, we need to actually do something. We usually, technical term is downscaling, because most of the climate information is very low in spatial resolution. But in agriculture, most of the farmer is not interested in the country-based whatever. Actually, they are interested in what will happen in my field. But as actually speaker mentioned, actually in Asia, the field is very small. Actually, so we need to consider that kind of things. So we have to do some downscaling, and there's some needs necessary for the downscaling things. And I want to share some experience during this year. I was involved in one actually project in Bangladesh. It's supported by the World Bank, and the other one is the project in Vietnam is supported by ADB. And one is about the agriculture things, and the other one is agriculture water. So the first one in Bangladesh, we actually applied that the seamless climate services concept in Bangladesh for the disease and pest management practice in Bangladesh. And within that approaches, we try to actually deliver user-oriented climate information to the manager and farmers, and they can actually use that information for actually deciding actually whatever. Actually, that's what we did. But the problem was we have some actual tools and data, but the problem is in developing country, there's lack of infrastructure and skill, and lots of things is not enough for. So that's the reason we have to deliver that the tools and skills and something like that. But I think the education is one of the very important things we need to consider within this ODA, the business area. So we did the training there, but actually with the information we want to deliver through that project was that on page 112, actually that is the information we want to deliver to the farmers. And let's shift the gear to the agriculture water in Vietnam. For example, within that the project we try to deliver the forecast information to the farmer level, how we can actually provide the guidance of the irrigation when we need to do irrigate and how much water, something like that. But the important concept is in these approaches is not just information. The most important thing is the two-way approaches. Two-way approach means it's a platform-based approaches. The farmers want to use the platform to get the more valuable information from the government, but they need to put their local information to the system, and that information is very important for the water resource management. For example, previously the water resource management, agricultural water resource management is one of the top-down approaches. It means government level actually decide whatever, and it's one way. But what I'm thinking for the integrated water resource management, especially in agriculture, we need to consider actually the participation of the farmer. Actually, the water needs, water demands, and totally actually depends on what the farmer is implementing in their field. But the problem is we don't have any detailed information what the farmer is doing at their field. So through that platform approaches, we need to provide variable the climate information, and users, the farmer especially, they want to use that information, but they need to put their local actual field information by themselves. And that's the concept of that thing. So based on that, the two approaches, I just want to actually emphasize on actually we need to develop the platform-based approaches for delivering the climate information to the users. And after that, we need to consider about the platform. It means green technology and growth, the climate technology. It means even though we want to solve that climate related problem, actually we need some solution. But it is very difficult to find out the best practice in local area. So we need to develop some platform in regional scale, and we need to share that information between the providers. The providers can be the private sector, maybe some manufacturer of some product, and that information should be shared with the farmer users in local area through the platform. That's what I want to actually share. But based on the presentation today, actually, all the three presentation is related to that kind of thing, I think. For example, in Korea, we already developed 1 kilometer SSP, the climate change scenario on Korean Peninsula. And based on that information, we are doing what is the fertility of the soil will be changes based on the rainfall, the changes. For example, in Korea, rainfall will be changed 30 or 40% in the future. It means more rainfall means more actually non-point source pollution will be actually can be a problem, and the fertility of the soil has can be impacted by that kind of things. And the small farmer actually they have very few information for decision making. So that's a reason we need to develop some platform to deliver the user-oriented the information to the farmer. And the last one, infrastructure is influenced by the climate changes, but in order to solve that, the infrastructure things, but also we have to think about the participation of the farmer, and two-way actually approaches will be very important for solving the climate change related things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cho. Yeah. Actually, she mainly mentioned about the weather information system, how we can disseminate the information. As you know, the weather information is quite critical information. Actually, then we have to adopt kind of ICT platform to seamlessly transfer the data from the server to the farmers. As you know, the main streaming of climate change is very important. Also, farmer is the final actor to adapt the climate smart agriculture on their farm. So I think how we can share that kind of information is very, very important. So I'd like to answer some kind of answer about the discussion. After the discussion, then I'd like to ask you for that answer. And also, she mentioned about how you can utilize the climate change scenarios. Also, he shares his experience in Bangladesh and Vietnam. Actually, that is mainly, I think, that is about how that two-way platform to use the disseminating the weather information to final users, farmers actually. So thank you very much, Dr. Cho again. Let me move to the Professor Nam, please.
Thank you, Professor Choi. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. My name is Won Nam. I'm currently working as an associate professor at Hanyang National University. Today, I recognize our panelists is some more young professional, but so the climate change is more related to the young professional world, next generation. Thank you for inviting us. I have studied the climate change and agriculture water, and I heard a very moving presentation on 3 topics in this session. So my discussion may be limited just agriculture water management. And what I do not want researcher is in this field is for the next generation to face the same problem that mine has. That's why I wanted today's discussion to be starting a trigger. First of all, I would like to talk about the situation in South Korea. As you all know, South Korea is a country that has achieved a very rapid economic growth. In the past, Korea implemented the policies only for the growth. For example, the increasing agricultural productivity, and particularly for rice, was considered the primary focus. As a result, policies and practice focus on the water availability and supply without consideration with other important factors such as climate change and social economic change. To understand the major current challenge, we need to shift our focus, extend our outlook to global collaboration and develop the new policies. Our goal is to place far greater focus on the policies that will help us adapt to the climate change in global and local area. For this, I will discuss about the main two topics for changes agricultural water management, and one is sustainable, and two is advanced. I will say more about each of these now. First, I speak about the impact of climate change in South Korea, focusing on the establishment on the agricultural water management. So as related to the climate change in Korea, I focus on the answer to question, what problem are Korea facing? The first is issue the management target. Problem number one, with a total just under 72,000, there are too many agricultural facilities. About 18,000 of them are the agricultural reservoir. Over this, over the 80% managed by the local government. We do not have the management plan responding to climate change. Therefore, the staging national management of this reservoir is difficult. Problem number two is the reservoir managed by local government. Local government are small, compromise of the central government. A small reservoir is difficult to manage and maintain. Problem number three is a majority, near the 90% of the Korea reservoir is more than 50 years old. This impact the functionality is negative ways, and more than half were built before 1945. That is before the modern farming. Finally, problem number four is South Korea's reservoir is too weak. By this, I mean because they are very small and numerous, and all their availability to respond to drought is very compromised. Altogether, only 27% of reservoir in South Korea designed and managed by 10 years drought. So in summary, Korea needs solution for this better improvement agricultural facilities management under climate change. I think we can find the answer to why we're listening to this our discussion presentation, and so I interested about the agriculture business model. So what kind of the agriculture business model if applicable in South Korea? Yeah, second, I'd like to tell you about the increased agricultural disaster due to the climate change. Agriculture is highly dependent on climate change, and in the frequency or severity of the drought and flood could pose challenges for the farmer and thrown food safety. For example, projected increase in temperature changes the precipitation pattern, change the extreme weather event, the reduce in the water availability may be result of reduced agricultural productivity. So overall, climate change could make me more difficult to the growth crop in same ways and same place as we have done in the past. The effect of climate change also need to consider among the involving factor, the agriculture production, such as changes the farming practice and technology. Regarding this topic, we try to find the answer to the question: is global warming causing more agricultural disaster, or how can it contribute to sustainable and agricultural management? In 2012, Korea experienced extreme drought condition. Today, in 2015 to 2016 and 2017, 2012, almost every year, Korea is again experiencing extreme drought condition. So the government agency is responsible for the responding the agriculture and hydrology drought assets to mitigate drought based on our observable storage level in the agriculture reservoir dam. It can be tricky to attribute an increase in drought for this global warming, because drought is, in other words, they can occur every year, every few years, and last for years for the decade, and cause varying levels of dryness. This change in turn may significant effect depend on the irrigation water as well as water availability via changes soil and surface water balance. For this reason, the insurance sustainability, agricultural water management, and adaptation strategies based on estimating the changing irrigation and demand are necessary under the climate change. Yes, third one is Korea is facing another problem. It is the aging of the agricultural population. South Korea is an agricultural region aging far faster than cities. According to the Statistics of Korea, number of the farm populations stay in the older time rose 2.2 million in 2019 as young people have steadily relocated to the urban area. Senior aged 65 over the 1 million people made up 47% of the total farming population. The highest percent since the government started compiling the data. So the Korea government agency, or it's a Korea Rural Community Cooperation, KRC, is a carry out modernization for the agricultural production facilities to solve these causes. In Korea, it's a small-scale irrigation is spread over its demand area, so making its management difficult. As a result, we need more accuracy monitoring of irrigation facility using the smart water management system. I think this first presenter is something like the introduce of that. Also, it's a telemetry telecontrol system minimize water management, loss providing timely over this. A result of this project, creation of the real-time data system that is a policymaker can be used to measure and manage agricultural facilities. So in Korea, agriculture production infrastructure is still implemented under the leadership of the government, but I think this the private sector needs to the role too. So we think about it's a harmony between the government, rule, and private sector. So I think there's a second and third presentation is some ask some how to apply to this in this situation in Korea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Nam. Actually, she mentioned about the problems of water infrastructures. As he mentioned, there are lots of water resource, agricultural resource facilities in Korea, more than 70,000 infrastructures. And he also talking about some experiences in Korea due to climate change causing drought and floods. Also, he also mentioned some kind of problems, how important of the government role for managing that kind of aged irrigation structures in Korea. So actually, we just have 10 minutes before finishing this session. So I'd like to move to presenters about some discussions about their talk, their discussion, and then actually Dr. Fafona actually he talked about some kind of infrastructures
adapt that climate change. Also, Mr. Dreyer talked about some agribusinesses of GGG. I think, as you know, agriculture sector is quite broad. So we can talk anything. Also, the value chain of agricultural product is quite, complex from production to the market. So we can talk anything about reaction and the response to the climate change in the agriculture sector. So if you have any talking about that discussion, please.
I will be quick, but also that's my key takeaways. Climate change is it's really a threat, but also an opportunity, right, to revamp our way of seeing agriculture. And Einstein used to say that you cannot explore a new world with the old map, and that's what happens most of the country. So they have to understand where they're heading, because there is a lack of having long-term emission strategy, that mainstream adaptation, or national strategy for adaptation that link to agriculture, to know exactly where they're heading. And the second thing is just look at on the water sector, how much you have on your reserve, right? It's like driving a car without knowing how much fuel you have in your tank, right? At a certain point, you just stop in the middle of nowhere. So having such information is quite important from the government side to have a green growth strategy, have the information of the reserve, what they have in terms of water when it comes to natural capitals. And once they have really the resources they have, now the question is how we can use and spend those resources smartly. How we can use water smartly, going to water cycle, recycling, same thing with the natural capitals. And also the second thing they have to look at is that how they can spend less money, create an ecosystem that can continue working without involvement of public sector, which is mean that you put $1 to put in an environment, bring private sector, build the ecosystem, and let them scaling up. That's the only way that we can go much more faster. And the last thing is just the partnership. I think when we look at all these partners today, we have a lot of best practice that we see, around the world. How we can use those best practices to just reduce the learning curve in different countries. And I think it's also good to create like a platform that people can share result, and also share that as an example, and we can just take from that and just reduce the learning curve from other countries. I think that's a way and a powerful way to use our platform and our partnership with the different partners around this table.
Sure. Just to maybe complement some of the things that Dr. Fofana mentioned, is that once you have the planning aspect in terms of national plans, which Korea clearly has, part of the implementation is we can see many examples around, for example, in public spaces, incentive programs, for example, for small businesses that have been affected by COVID. In the same way, we would want to see for the rural population, you mentioned the aging of the agricultural sector. We would want to see similar programs that are directed at the smaller actors and at organized actors to recognize the fact that if there's an outflow and outmigration of younger people, in order to attract the private financing that Dr. Fofana mentioned, first the government has to put in to lower that risk level. And so that doesn't happen by magic, and there need to be incentive programs to lower the risk for private investment that are more tailored to the kinds of activities that are going on currently, recognizing that there's an outflow of population in order to incentivize some of that investment. So that's a way to sort of make the planning level reach the local level.
Two remarks from me. First is that it's interesting to observe how climate change in agriculture in Korea is associated with better water management and irrigation. So 3 speakers talked on irrigation, and we need to be careful around the world on irrigation. In the country I worked and made presentation, government annually spend 1.3% of GDP just maintain status quo in irrigation. So it's expensive business, and some countries are lucky to be rain-fed agriculture, but it's climate change adaptation mitigation goes much beyond irrigation. But it just was interesting reflection on the climate change in Republic of Korea and this link to irrigation. But on the second remark I wanted to make on the meteorological, the weather information, etc. I think it's very clear, and around the world with early warning system now in every World Bank projects we do early warning system. So it's sort of the idea is not new. Where the challenge is often institutional competition between the meteorological services and ministries of agriculture. In many countries around the world, meteorological services have the monopoly license to collect meteorological information and provide meteorological information. But they are not agricultural specialists, and so they don't go into the detail of what the modern agro-meteorological information could be delivered to farmers, right? And that is where the friction is very often in developing countries. On the one hand, understanding of the need, and you have the central authority on the meteorology, but they don't know agriculture well, and then you're really stuck with the next step on the implementation. But I think because it's now becoming, on the one hand, the widespread attention to early warning system, and meteorology is probably 90% of that early warning system, I think we should see in the next 10 years a lot of structural changes in the institutional adjustments to that specific issue, without which there is no solution to the better early warning system. But thank you for raising that very important item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, you all. And I think I'd like to open the question to floor. Actually, we have just 3 minutes, so I think just one question is possible. So maybe not. Okay, it's time to wrap up this session. Actually, we discussed a lot, and this session actually we have very valuable 3 presentations about climate change response, also climate smart agriculture. Also, we got lots of several cases, projected cases from Uzbekistan and Peru and some other African countries. Also, we discussed about some climate change response and the importance related with agricultural resources, soil and water. Also, how we can adapt the ICT to response, and to how we can deal with that climate change in agricultural sector with that information system. Also, we talked about some Korean problems, water resource structure problems, actually facing to the climate change. Okay. Thank you very much, you all. I'd like to wrap up this session. And finally, I think to solve that the climate change problem in agricultural sector, to achieve that food and nutrition security, we need a kind of a cooperation in between public and private sector as well. So that's my final comment. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your active participation. Please give them a big hand again. Thank you. And please return your seats. Thanks to all of our speakers and panelists and the chairperson, the in-depth discussion on climate change was carried out. Thank you so much. All right, this concludes the day 1 of 2022 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. Thank you very much for joining us. And tomorrow we'll resume the forum at 10 a.m. under the theme of carbon neutrality and infectious disease. See you tomorrow. I was Sejong Park, and thank you so much. May I have your